What's up? Hello. I think we're live. Hello. No meetings today? Let's go. Hell yeah. What's up? Hello. I am Mega. This is Critical Eyes, episode 95, part 2. We're going to be watching the second half of Critical Role, Campaign 1, episode 95. And this is a show where we watch through the episode, we talk about it, what we liked, what we didn't like, what we thought was really cool, or possibly bad, and try to have some fun doing it. I've been DMing for a long time now, but I had never seen an actual play before starting this series, and now I have, and I talk about them sometimes. What's up? G Herka, Mike 30. Hello. Is it weird to say? I don't know if you guys will agree with this or not. I would say I'm a bit nervous. Not nervous. I don't know what the word is. I kind of don't want to watch the second half of this episode, or I want to watch it less than I think than maybe the average, but not even because I think it's gonna be like bad. It's more like it has this really it's evoking this very specific feeling in me. That I don't think is a bad feeling, but I don't know how to describe it other than with terms that sound bad. Like, it makes me nervous. It makes me, like, uncertain. I don't know. The sort of anticipation of waiting for the shoe to drop. I don't like being in it, but I also like not liking it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. It's a very like specific sort of feeling of like, yeah. I was thinking about how to describe this in the shower this morning. I was like, I can't quite put it into words. Tension? I suppose tension is maybe the most like value neutral way to phrase it. Yeah. It's like, and it's not undue tension. It's like it's the same sort of, actually I have a good comparison. It's the same sort of like uncanny tension that you get watching like WandaVision, right? It feels like I am watching something that should not be, and I know that it won't be quite soon, but I don't know when that's going to happen, and I don't like not knowing that. But it's good. But I don't like it. But it's good. Yeah. What's up, ZeethJW? Welcome. Good to have you. Very, very fun. Obligatory C4. No, I actually... my goal is to watch 2 episodes of C4 a week, which so far I've been doing. It just so happens that this week I watched episode 1 and 2 again with Paige. So I didn't actually make any progress. But I will be done with episode 4 at least by next Thursday. That's my goal. That's how I'm going to catch up. Was the last half ep an example of good messing around in the mansion? Yeah, I think so. And we went into it a bit. I think one of the things I realized sort of uniquely about last half ep is that, like, I've talked about like why, what parts of messing around in the mansion I do or don't like. But I definitely realized last episode that a really big sort of sticking point to me is how avoidant it feels. So, like, does it feel like they are like running from responsibilities? And does it feel like the way in which they're running, or like the sort of attitudes that they're having while running, do those feel grounded given the responsibilities that they have and the things that they're running from? And I think that was a really consistent issue for me in the mansion, or in like a lot of the tavern scenes, is that it felt like they were running from their responsibilities, but in a way that didn't quite land with me. And then, on top of all the other stuff I've talked about. And in this one specifically, I think one of the real advantages that the first half of episode 95 had is that they're not running from anything. Like, that's a pretty big advantage towards having me like it. Is that... Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to set stuff up while I'm talking. Because they're not running from anything, it's much easier for me to like it. So it's and it's a unique situation. Sometimes, and I've been trying to get better at lessening the pressure on my players occasionally. Like I've talked at length about Matt should keep up the pressure. We need timers. We need things to move or to encourage movement and motion. But the corollary to that is also, accurate. We need downtime. We need times where the players maybe have stuff they want to do, but where they are not under the gun to do so, right? They don't have like a flame burning their ass the whole time. And I've been trying to get better at that, giving my players time occasionally. Some breaks from the pressure in the timer. And this is a really, I think, great example of like a little bit of a break. Matt worked in a really nice sequence of downtime along with that. So I'm really, really liking it. It's strangely like I could not have given less of a shit about the story, or I guess like the plot of the Hell's Arc. Yeah, couldn't have given less of a shit about it, like within context of the wider C1 story. But ever since then, like ever since the beginning of the Hell's Arc, I've just been loving Matt's DMing. Like, I've had small quibbles here and there. The guest player comes to mind. But, like, very broadly, I've been super into Matt's DMing since the Hell's Arc began. And so it's making me very optimistic for the last arc. I'm quite optimistic about the last arc, whatever it ends up being. Because now, like, especially after having seen the Hells, I'm like, well, I can still enjoy an arc where I don't give a shit about the plot plenty. So even if Matt, I think it would be a big missed opportunity if the villain of the last arc just kind of comes out of nowhere. Like, say it's not Vecna, it's nothing to do with any of the primordials. Say it's just like a guy in Wildmount, or a guy in Singorn, I don't know. And it's just like an evil dude. Yeah, it's Evil Dave. Say it's Evil Dave. I think that would be a singularly bad choice. But I don't know. After seeing the Hell's Arc, I'm kind of like, well, even if that particular choice I don't really love, I now am confident I can get down with the rest of it regardless. Because that was definitely how the Hell's Arc felt. Yeah. Suspense might also be neutral. Sure, yeah, suspenseful. Yeah. It's sandbox side quests until the end of C1. Right. New archetypes. What? The series got enough C1. What? I don't understand. That's fine. Sometimes I need to be okay with not immediately understanding a chat message because we know that I don't understand sarcasm or jokes sometimes, and sometimes I just read things bad. It's almost like a soft reboot because the writers have to restart the story motor, and it takes a while to warm up and get to a workable temperature again. That's true. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Do you think that if we had seen more of the low-level travel, the mansion goofing off would feel more earned if we had seen them have to travel without it more? I mean, possibly. A lot of my problems with the mansion goofing off was not necessarily in the, how do I say it? It was more that it felt strange to watch. Like, if I thought about it, it was fine. Like, if I thought through it and thought through, like, the in-fiction implications of it, it's fine. It's mostly, like, it's, like, less than an hour of goofing off every day. That's not bad at all. In terms of, like, the in-fiction sort of implications. But it has this sort of page count or like screen time problem where the goofing off takes proportionally much more time, like actual table time, like you know the wall clock time in real life that our players are actually experiencing and that we're experiencing while watching. It takes a really large sort of portion of the pie of screen time compared to how much in-fiction time it takes up. It takes up a pretty fractional in-fiction time, especially if we consider, you know, all of the rests and hours where they're not goofing off that we just don't see, right? But then it takes up much more, again, relatively actual screen time, real life wall clock time. And the amount of wall clock time that it takes up for us as real people, that is where it starts feeling strange to me. It starts feeling weird and out of place. It feels like, you know, they're goofing off for a quarter of the time when in the fiction they're only goofing off for a small fraction of the time, you know, 5%, 1% probably. But it feels much more like they're goofing off for relatively inappropriately. So I think that's the more the issue than anything for me. Brennan once said on CR once, "Don't let your players long rest; they don't need it." Hell yeah. I like using Pat as a generic name because it's also pretty gender neutral. Oh sure, Pat. Yeah, Terry. Yeah, absolutely. I get what you mean about taking up time versus in-world time, but I see that and raise you combat. Well, I mean, that is an issue with combat. Do not get me wrong. And that is why I focus on making combat more interesting. Yep. Agreed. They can both be troublesome. But it is about like how you're spending that wall clock time, ultimately. Yeah. After all, long rest with 2 watches would be so much shorter, yet in fiction should be the same amount of time as a mansion night. Exactly. So that's kind of the weirdness of it. It's the implications within the fiction are pretty fine. It's more about the feel while watching it. Yeah. But I think with that, let's see. Something happened to the stand with the camera, and it's like pointed weird. Did you see Deborah Ann Wool talk to J&D about immersion and combat speed? I didn't. Someone linked it in the Discord, and I thought to myself, I should watch that. And maybe stream it, and then I haven't. Largely because I've been really trying to get the editing assistant app, the thing that I was working for that month off on, production capable. It's so weird. It's not even it's not embarrassing. That'd be the wrong word for it. But it's strange. It's something that I feel like I should be able to do with like the education and the professional experience that I have. But in all of my like professional experience, I just never had to take an application from total zero, total scratch into like all the way into production. I would have to take maybe a feature or like an add-on, but the core system would be production ready. And so there's just so many little things of like, I try to use part of the application that worked while it was in, alpha. And, but it just like can't handle, like, maybe it can't handle large amounts of data, or it has like a certain error rate, and that error rate becomes untenable at very large, scales of data. Or it even increases with large scales of data. That was a problem I was having. So it's a lot of those like really small, little minute things. But I'm focusing really hard on it because I really want to start producing Critical Eyes edited. That's a big priority for me. So that has been that and like 2 secret projects have been taking up the majority of my time. One of which I don't know when you'll see. It depends. It'll take a long time to edit. But the second of which you should see in January. If everything goes to plan, which I don't see why it wouldn't. You'll see in January. There's a big secret project I've been working on for a long time. And once the secret project is out, the editing assistant is out, I hope to be able to do more small streams like that, like watch the Deborah Ann Wool video. Because I did like a lot of those like those small streams that I did for a while. I liked those a lot. But the Critical Eyes edited is a little bit higher of a priority for me, unfortunately. But yeah. Integration always goes smooth with no issues. Always goes smooth. Forever and always. Yep. So it's been fun. But I'm learning stuff, and I'm making steady progress. I'm learning things, and yeah, I'm very at peace with the pace, especially now that I am back to doing the weekly Critical Eyes. Yeah. TBH, I'm more of the combat doesn't need to be fast, it needs to be more fun school of thought. I mean, I think it depends. I think like how do I say it? I think it depends on what you want out of D&D, right? And what you want out of TTRPGs broadly. Because I think about something like Zombicide, right? Like a board game. And I'm like, okay, yeah, like Zombicide is all combat. It's fun. It's engaging. And so I think there are kind of two ways you can go with it. If you want to lean more into maybe the wargaming side of things, having combat be long but very fun and very engaging is, I think, a very appropriate way to go. And if you want to very much be like, a combat focused system, I think that's the way to go. I think if you don't want to be a combat focused system, combat should be shorter than it is in D&D relative to the in-fiction time that it takes up. And in general. That's sort of my general opinion. I think that I will claim up and down Sunday to Monday, Sunday to Saturday, that D&D is a combat-focused system. But I think for what a combat-focused system it is, and for how long an individual combat takes, I think it is D&D in general is too reliant on the GM to make the combat fun and engaging. I think the kind of core mechanics don't necessarily lend themselves to fun and engaging. They lend themselves to something that will work and will provide relatively consistent challenge with some very common exceptions. But I do think they if I were to want a D&D revamp, thinking about what I would have wanted out of 5.5 if they'd asked me. I think that I would be down for them to go even deeper in on combat. I would be down for them to work in environmental stuff into CR evaluations. I'd be very interested in off-turn options, not only for more off-turn options for monsters, but also for players. Alternative initiative systems. Greyhawk initiative has been talked about. They have some optional ones in the 2014 Dungeon Master's Guide. And I haven't read through the 2024 Dungeon Master's Guide entirely. I've skimmed it. But I'm sure that they have some alternative initiatives in there. I'd appreciate even more of those. I think they could lean even heavier into combat if they wanted. But right now they're kind of splitting the difference in a way that I think is very flexible, but that I think is overall kind of just at base a less engaging system. But it has a lot of opportunity for expansion and depth on the part of the DM. So, yeah. Or more reason to remain engaged during other people's turns? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Reason was the wrong word. There's plenty of reason, but it needs to be encouraged more. Being able to save your bonus action to grant another reaction or something. No, honestly, Dawdling Twiddle, I'm with you. I think reason was an okay word there, personally. I mean, I think that there is, I think there's actually very little reason to remain engaged on another player's turn. Right now, the ones that I can think of is, if another player lowers the health on an enemy, or applies a debuff to an enemy, or applies a status on the field, an area of effect that's persistent. I think all of those things are things that it would be good to know, but honestly, broadly, not essential to know. Like, D&D is just not combo driven enough to make it essential that you know what the other players did. You're not going to need that to succeed depending on the challenge of the combat. And there's very few things you can actively do. So in most cases, you can get caught up when it's your turn. When it comes to your turn, you can be totally spaced out until then, and then say like, oh, did anyone hit any of the enemies or apply a status effect or anything? And if they say no, shmee drop, you're good. Like you basically miss nothing because there's very little kind of reactivity in between turns, which, has its upsides and downsides. I think. I think there are other ways to, I think reactions or off-turn actions would be, I think an easy win to me personally. But there's also, I think, lots of other directions they could go with updates if they didn't want to introduce that. Integration is where all the real world learning happens. Little new engineers with surprise Pikachu face when their designs don't work. Yeah, man. I mean, it's so interesting because I have so much experience with integrating new features into existing systems. But I have very little experience getting an entire system in like ready. Like that scale up process, basically zero experience with. And that has been tough. I just don't have an intuition for a lot of things. Like there was a certain like data management maintenance process essentially that I had defined. And I knew the scaling of its processing speed. Like I knew that it was like n times k or something. And I knew that was the scaling that it would have. And I had it noted. But I just don't have an intuition for what that actually looks like at super large scales. And so when I actually tried to load in a bunch of production data, it was like, oh, this maintenance process is now going to take a month. Because I just don't have any of that intuition. Because, most of the systems I've worked with before already had those efficiencies baked in before I ever got there. So I just had to sort of match my new features with the general efficiencies of the systems I was looking at, and the processing speeds of the systems I was looking at. So it's been a learning curve. Yeah. Hey, doggies. Stormlight TTRPG does interesting thing with initiative. Not sure if other games do it, where you choose fast or slow turn. Dictates when you take your turn, of course, but also how many actions you get. You can choose a different one each round. I've heard of this. I don't know what other TTRPG it was in, but I've heard of this separate and before Stormlight. Or at least something similar, where like you can sacrifice essentially effectiveness or overall power to go sooner in the initiative order. I have seen this. My general understanding is that it works better with what I would call like low HP granularity systems. So a system like Blades in the Dark has pretty low granularity within its like HP representation, right? You're never getting things with 90 HP. Like at max, a Blades in the Dark character I think has like 7 or 8 HP total. If you include stress, that might... It's less than 20 all told on any character. And so I think those sorts of slower fast turn type things work better in those sorts of systems where you can afford to take the extra time on each turn because there doesn't actually need to be that many turns. It's more of a like a martial arts, quick series of punches, and then the winner is determined, rather than like a fucking slugging like boxing match, right? D&D is much more of a boxing match. It's endurance as much as it is skill and timing. Whereas I think the fast, slow initiative thing works better in a system that's more focused on like really critical timing so that you get in those very crucial wounds earlier rather than later. I think Daggerheart is a good example. Not of a system that's like fully what I'm talking about, but that is more like that than D&D with its very small HP pools. Yeah. I've seen some of the things where anyone who chooses a fast action goes before anyone that chooses a slow, etc. Yeah. But anyways, we've been on the CR screen for a second, and I haven't even been watching CR. What's that about? Let's watch CR.
Giveaway tonight. This is a nice purple.
Wait, timestamp for after the break. I'm not there yet. Timestamp for after the break. Bop, bop, ba-dow.
Bringing us back. You guys have been traveling across the Silver Cut roadway, through the dividing plains of Tal'Dorei, onward to the Alabaster Sierras, and eventually to the homestead of Whitestone. You guys have made your way back.
Catch up on so much gossip.
Right.
So you arrive. What do you want to do?
Well, actually, now that we're home, I would like to try and find Pike once we're like in and settled.
Okay. So you guys all get settled. You find your way to your rooms. The afternoon comes so close to the evening, and everyone's kind of gone off to do their business and prepare for dinner. We'll say in about an hour.
Cool. Hey! Oh, sorry.
Hello.
Hey, it's Grog.
Oh, come in.
Oh, you guys want to hear some shit? Okay. So I mentioned that I was rewatching episodes 1 and 2 of C4 with Paige because I wanted to watch especially the Grandpappy reveal with her. And since we started watching it, she finished like the big long-running TV show that she was watching, and she started Blind Spot because Ashley said it. And she's like fallen in love with Blind Spot and Ashley Johnson in specific. Which was such a funny twist for me that I did not expect. And so she's been watching, she at this point has probably seen more individual episodes of media with Ashley Johnson in them than I have. Because she's been binging Blind Spot. Which is just funny. Oh, let's see. The entire last half ep, you were so expectant of a twist. I thought, wouldn't it be crazy if VM returned from their break and surprise! Whitestone is a crater now. Sucked in by the siphon. The twist wasn't our Marquette. The twist needed Vox Machina to leave. So sort of similar to when they went to the Plane of Fire, the City of Brass, and then they come back and the fort is all decimated. I think it could work. I think that could work. I think there's some upsides and some downsides. I think it really works within like a wartime sort of tone. So it's one of the reasons I really liked that when they came back, the Fort Daxio was destroyed. I thought that was very good. And it's a good way to show kind of the progression of violence. Now, I think it runs a risk, and this isn't even to necessarily dissuade, because I still like the idea at base. But I think one of the big risks towards making it a sort of inciting incident is that it leaves a lot of mystery as to what happened, especially with what you're specifically describing, where it's like there's a lot of questions hanging in the air. You know, did anything in particular trigger it? Who made it out? Who was even there when all of this happened? And a lot of these questions don't apply to Fort Daxio because it's not it's not a place that our characters had spent a lot of time. And so we didn't care as much who was there before, and to a certain extent we knew. And there's a sort of secondary caveat, I think, of like, you know, destroying things that players have spent a lot of time on should always be on the table, but definitely needs to be evaluated. And I'm trying, and so with that said, I think if you're Matt, you have to think about like what sort of tone do you want this final arc to have. Chroma Conclave was broadly very, almost what I would say, what I would call adventurous. I called it a road story, pretty consistently, where, you know, they're going around, they're doing the vestige hunts, they're powering up, and it was always pretty straightforward what they needed to do. They were trying to power up so that they can face these dragons. They did not need to discover secret information. They did not need to discover like a secret ritual to, you know, deactivate the Ember Seed or anything like that. They just had to get strong and go and fight Thordak. So very adventurous, very road story, very straightforward. I think it would be fair if you're Matt, if you want the last arc to maybe at least start out with a bit more of like a mystery sort of tone to it, or a mysterious tone, you might say. I think that would be fair. I think I would make, you know, and it depends on how long you're okay with the last arc being, right? I don't know exactly how long C1 is, so I can't make a prediction there. But depending on how long you want it to be, you know, intrigue plots can always explode in length if your players just aren't getting it. So that's a risk. But I think this would be a fair placement for it. I think, and I especially think what could be especially interesting is if, as Matt, you very directly call out a similarity between the crater that, you know, was Whitestone, and there's a siphon there now. If you very specifically call out a similarity between that and the crater that Keyleth saw of where Singorn used to be. And now you know, give the players some hope. And I think, you know, I don't know what's going on. So salt, asterisks, all that, you know, grain of salt on it. But it could be kind of fun and cool if something, you know, did happen with the siphon and it transported Whitestone whole cloth to like the Shadowfell. And so now the people that were in Whitestone when it got transported are basically now in like zombie apocalypse mode, right? They're defending Whitestone against the Shadowfell fucking shadow hordes. And maybe the players somehow acquire a vision of that. I don't know exactly how you would do that. I would have to look through some spells and shit, and think about how I would want to deliver that. But I think that could give them some nice hope that they can recover some of what they have built over the course of the campaign. But it also would provide some nice urgency in like, hey, everything that you've built over the course of the campaign is slowly slipping away from you. And it implies a ton of questions still of like, how did this happen? Who's doing this? What's going on? That they still need to like investigate and check out. Alternatively, maybe it's not the Shadowfell. Maybe it's not a zombie apocalypse thing. Maybe it's just shunted off into its own little pocket dimension. And maybe there's like a couple of druids in Whitestone, and it's like, look, we can keep people alive for some indeterminate amount of time that you don't get too specific about as the DM, but we're eventually going to starve to death. And so you put kind of this soft fictional timer on them of like, hey, everything you've built is slowly degrading, but then as the DM, you don't need to like actually punch through on that if you don't want to. So I think there's a lot of options. Alternatively, you could just destroy it. You could just straight up destroy it, just like, boop, nope. I think there's positives and negatives to that. But I think any way you do it, if you do it while you're gone, and while there is ostensibly no threat, I think it really raises a lot of intrigue type questions, a lot of mystery questions. In a way that the Chroma Conclave didn't. And even any questions that were raised by the Chroma Conclave were pretty immediately put to bed by Allura. Like, they pretty immediately got a lore dump that made sure that most of their questions were answered. But I think it could be a very nice end of campaign thing to have this more mystery-oriented sort of last hurrah, or at least the rising action leading up to the last hurrah being intrigue. And then it allows you to even create maybe a more, not gimmicky, but maybe unique final fight where there's maybe some unique combat mechanics that they will naturally discover over the course of investigating the intrigue. So I think there's a lot of options with what you're talking about. I also think there is a lot of risks associated. It involves a few risky actions, but I think the juice could absolutely be worth the squeeze if you were if you're careful about it. Yeah. The crazy thing is that apparently Ashley only signed on with Blind Spot like 2 to 3 weeks before Critical Role started. That is crazy. I kind of like how Matt destroyed Iman. But kept Grayskull standing as it had been the player's actual investment. I think there's certainly something to that. And I think that in general, you know, DMs shouldn't hold on too tightly. Like, you shouldn't keep something, or you shouldn't consider something off the table. Wait, I need a different turn of phrase, because that means something different in TTRPGs. You shouldn't consider something off limits, let's say, just because you've spent a lot of time there or the players have invested a lot into there. It just means you need to be more careful with it, I think. It should beyond the pale. Sure. Yeah, I don't think you should consider it off limits. You shouldn't consider Amon or Whitestone off limits. But you do need to treat it with respect, I think. You shouldn't blow it up for no reason, right? And you shouldn't blow it up if it even seems like there's no reason. So, like, there might be a reason right in your head as the GM, but if it is not, like, if it doesn't feel like there's a good enough reason to the players, that's still something to avoid or account for. So, yeah. But, you know, last arc of the campaign, I think there's a lot of really positive possibilities in that direction. So, yeah. Well, Whitestone's still there, so suspense is ongoing. That is true. Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. I have a small theory that one of the players is doing something related to their big downtime, like their big year-long downtime. Because, like, Percy was, like, putting in steam piping, and, you know, like, Vex was researching the Raven Queen and Orcus, and I think Percy mentioned, like, a project that they were gonna kind of work on. I think related to the ziggurat. So I'm actually kind of thinking that Matt might just not trigger. Like Matt might not be waiting for the, like, quote unquote perfect moment to trigger the plot hook. I think there might be a specific player action that he is waiting for. And his plan is just to, he's for some reason confident that that player action will occur. And he is just trying to make the most, he's trying to vamp as convincingly as he can until then. Which, if all of your energy is going into vamping and interesting improv, I don't think it's a terrible strategy. You know, we'll see if that is what's going on. You know, we'll see when I see. But that's a small theory I have for what could be going on. I think it might be like the most complete version of it is, like, I think that Percy might be fucking with the siphon somehow. And Matt knows that he's doing that because they talked about it in the sort of year. But we just didn't go super into it in the part that we saw. And there is some amount of progress where they will reach a threshold on that. And that will trigger the plot hook that triggers the final arc. That's what I think might be going on here. I could be wrong. Yeah, period. I could just be wrong. That's a small theory for what could be happening. Yeah. Paling is an old way to refer to fencing. Oh. Huh. Why is May so confident that this is the last arc? Does he not think there's a possibility of, like, 5 more? No, I don't think that. I mean, look, I don't know how many episodes there are. I've looked before, so I'm just, oh yeah, 115. I was really trying not to look at the titles. At this point, they have, I'll be real. I would be, I think, maybe more up in the air on it if I couldn't see how many episodes there were. I will admit. But even if I couldn't see how many episodes are left, they are such a high level, and any, like, adventure of substance that they would undertake, I just can't imagine them doing a ton of adventuring at super high level. I think we had our continental threat with the Chroma Conclave. And I mean, it was pretty specifically a continental threat in terms of, you know, how we think about tiers. And now we're heading into our world sort of threat. It's possible we get another Hell's-sized mini arc and then the final arc. I think that would be a bad decision, personally. But that's maybe possible. We have, like, 5 more episodes. Like, maybe we get to, like, episode 100 in, like, a mini arc, and then we go into the final. I don't know. That would be very lukewarm to me. But it is possible. And then I can see us going from there into the final arc, maybe. But yeah, like if things got sucked into the siphon, then Matt was like, well, it was destabilizing recently. Tal would be like, then I wouldn't have left, I imagine. Yeah. Still kind of crazy that all we got on the siphon was we're working on it from Tal. That's kind of where I'm at, Set Theshel, of like, that's why I feel like, Matt, that might be what the plot hook is there is some action that Taliesin has yet to take that will trigger the final arc, and we're just gonna kind of get blue-balled until then, which I don't think is crazy. A critter wouldn't know how many episodes are left. That is true. Mega's not a critter. But that is my general spoilers philosophy, is what would a critter know. But I do, at this point, I gotta consider myself a critter. At this point, it's locked and loaded. I'm in the fandom. I also don't know what QED means, so I don't know if that is a tonal indicator. Can't get much more adventuring done in 4 or so levels. Yeah. And it's like, even if you could, I think one of the big problems is that it is from a media entertainment perspective. Like, theoretically, you know, they have like godly boons or whatever for like post level 20 adventuring. Like, I think that a home table could get away with several more arcs in the last 4 levels. You know, even possibly do beyond level 20, whatever. If you're really into playing at this level, I think you could get away with that. But I do think that it would be difficult, especially with the world building that we've gotten so far, to justify that sort of stuff within Critical Role Campaign 1 as a media product. Like, if you were playing that at a home table, you would kind of have to like hand wave it a little bit, like, yeah, there's a lot of, you know, high level threats because we want stuff to fight and we want more adventuring. Mash me up. But I don't think that hand waving would go off. It would go as well with Critical Role as a media piece, as an entertainment piece. Either that, you know, or you would need to have world built Exandria very differently to essentially give players access to higher level threats more consistently in a way that is reasonable within the fiction. And I think that would require just totally different world building than what we got in Exandria. So there's also that level of it where, like, I just can't see them fighting a ton of shit that is, like, you know, Vecna level especially for 20 episodes. And thus it was demonstrated. But that's how quod erat demonstrandum. And thus it was demonstrated. Huh. I've never heard of that before. Interesting. Anyways.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
Hey. So can I shut the door? So
Yes.
okay, shut the door. So I have a secret.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So when we beat Thordak, right?
Yeah.
I was like rummaging around, and like all of Amon's like treasures were in this one place, and everybody was like, "We want to heal." And I found like these little gifts, and one of them was like this little itty bitty deck of cards. I know, right? Now here's the thing. It was in a really pretty box, like wooden box with gold all over it. And I tried to open it, wouldn't, so I smashed it.
Oh, naturally.
Like you do.
Yeah.
And I took it out, and I drew a card from it, and this magic sword appeared in my hand.
So something magic comes out of it when
Yeah.
you pick one? Can I pick one?
Yeah, do you want to?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I also like went and I was like journeying around. I went to Vasselheim. Now, here's the thing. Vex was like, "No, don't pick one, it's dangerous." Right?
Wait, it can be dangerous?
Well, no, she's afraid that it's dangerous, right? Because like the sword, it like kind of turned to rust, and like I got a headache afterwards. Pfft, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think like I didn't handle it right. But I went to Vasselheim, and I had this other guy pick a card, you know?
Okay.
And he picked a card. He got 2 wishes,
What?
just like that, and he made
Sounds
himself.
like the best thing ever.
I know. He's the lord of the crossroads.
The crossroads.
Yep. He's rich. He had a servant that appeared out of nowhere. All of a sudden, he had fucking dope-ass threads.
Should we? Whoa.
Yep.
Should we pick a card?
I mean, I feel like we should. I've seen nothing but good things happen.
Wait, what do you mean this sword gave you a headache, Grog?
Well, I don't know. So, like, it was a magic sword, right? And I was going to be able to throw it, and it would, like, fight without me. Like, it would just fight things that I told it to.
Was it evil?
No! I tried talking to it, and it didn't say anything.
Okay, 'cause
Yep.
that's a
We have a history.
red flag.
I know. I have a history of, you know.
So it didn't talk back to you.
Nope.
It fought on its own.
Yep.
A guy that you met, you made him just rich and amazing.
Yeah, pretty much. I think it's like a deck of fortunate things.
A deck of fortune?
I think so. I mean, I haven't really looked at it too closely. Do you want to look at it with your knowledge?
I mean, I don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll look at. I don't know if I have the knowledge, but I'll look at it.
All right, I'll give it a deck.
Okay.
All right, make an Arcana check.
Oh, come on, Pike.
Okay.
This
So-
could go so well.
It's a box of White Castle.
Natural 20.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
But what's your skill?
Hamster.
What's that?
What's your skill bonus?
+1.
+1.
21.
Okay. You take the small sack that contains the cards, and you kind of pull the deck out a bit, and you inspect it from the outside. I'm just checking the inscriptions, and you. I mean, you've heard things about magical decks of cards. Sometimes they're used to see the future. Sometimes they're used for different of augury and divination. You might have heard a myth or two about a card deck that can alter reality in good and bad ways. And that's as much as you are able to glean from this.
Can I tell which cards are good and which cards are bad?
No.
I think that's fair. I think that's super duper fair, Matt. Essentially treat it as a more vibes-based history check. I think, because I mean, let's be real about it. We can just identify this, right? That there's a spell for a reason that a skill check should not take the place of. But just giving the basic information of like, oh yeah, like magical decks of cards are a thing, and you've heard about some that can alter reality in good and bad ways. That's so generic, so general, and might give them just enough to where they can justify not pulling the card. Because we're all on kind of the same side here, right? Travis, Ashley, and Matt all want the characters to understand the risk of pulling from the deck. Obviously, Matt gave them the deck. He has to be cool with them pulling from it. And like, you know, none of them are trying to take pulling from it off the table, but they're all looking at it and saying, okay, our characters really do not understand the risk that they are engaging in. Is there a way to get my character to understand the risk by only taking reasonable actions that my character would take? I think that is thoroughly what is on display here. And I think even that skill check from Matt is also on display for that, where he's like, man, how can I be like as generous with this as possible while still falling within the bounds of what I normally do on a skill check? And I think there is, I think this is a good example of them all really respecting their characters and their characters' knowledge and really actively trying not to metagame, but also trying not to accidentally wreck the campaign by playing their characters, right? It's like, this is actually, I have a way to phrase this, or at least a fun and kitschy way to phrase it. This is maybe like the exact opposite, or like the antithesis of the like negative meme of like, it's what my character would do, right? That's a whole meme online about people saying like, well, it's what my character would do to justify, you know, anti-social, anti-cooperative, or just generally dickish and disruptive behavior at the table. This is basically the opposite of that, where everyone is so in line with like what Travis's character would do is pull a card. But they are also all acknowledging that characters are not monoliths, and they can have different thoughts. There can be a range of action that is still what your character would do. And you can, as a player, choose the most cooperative, the least disruptive, the least antisocial options within that range. So I think that that's what we're really seeing from Travis here. If I just had to take a bet, you know, if we just forget that Grog is being piloted by a real life human, Travis Willingham, and you put me at a roulette table, or, you know, at a sports betting table, whatever, and you say, what do you think is the most likely action for Grog to take? It's pulling a card every single time. But there's this large range of options that if you present those to me and say like, oh, are these still reasonable? Does it still make sense that Grog could have done this? I would say, oh yeah, that still tracks. And so this is a great sort of counter example to it's what my character would do. Because there is not only one thing that any given character can do in any given situation. And also, we're about to have ads incoming. So, I think they're all being very cooperative. They're trying to figure this out. And, you know, if the check stores don't work out that way and they can't find a path, then at least they tried before they pull another card. Can any of the VM members cast Identify? No, but Allura and Gilmore can. So, and they're back in Whitestone. They've taken items to Gilmore and Allura to get identified before. Yeah. None of them have identified. Yeah, it's fine. Risk, but Mega. What could possibly go wrong? Look, I would be in Travis Grog's shoes. Any character I've ever made would want to pull a card here, and I would need to actively work to find. What's up? Hello. I'm back a little bit early, so I have to wait for 40 more seconds because people might still be in ads. Also, remind me, if anyone's watching and remembers, by the next break, I need to take a slightly longer next break to take out the puppies because they'll need to go by then. But yeah, got 20 seconds left, and I think there's a relatively short half, right? Yeah, about 1:33 or an hour 33. I think we're gonna see, either. I don't know. I think we're either going to see the sort of shoe drop at the end of this episode, or maybe we'll go into like another downtime. I don't know. This is a weird. It's definitely not a length of time to where I think it's going to drop during that hour and a half. But at this point, I just don't know. I can't even predict it at this point.
I figured the answer would be no.
But you do know from looking at this, while the name doesn't come to you, like you're able to estimate. This seems to be very, very in line with the fate-altering deck of cards, the one you've heard that can do good and bad, and is powerful and dangerous, as it is interesting.
I feel like I've heard of something like this before,
Really?
but sometimes you can choose a card that will do very bad things.
Oh.
So it's like a 50-50 chance that you could get something very good, like you have your fortune change, you become a king, all of this thing,
Or you
get
make
a magical
like
sword,
a bad person a king.
or maybe someone you could just die instantly.
Really?
I don't know, maybe something
Well,
along those
we're
lines.
good people, so good things would happen to us.
Oh, it just sounds so fun, though.
I know, right? And think about my previous experience. There is nothing bad that has happened in what I've seen so far.
Oh God. Oh, I don't know what to do. This is just a. Well, do you want to pull one or should I pull one? Should we not?
I don't know. I mean, like, I kind of want to.
Hey, at least now they have accomplished getting their characters the information of it being a 50-50. And now they can actually debate it as characters. And hey, if you still, and now the good thing, because you might say, well, if they pull a card anyways, then what was the point? But now, very importantly, the point is that their characters now know the risk, which means that the other characters can interact with this choice as if the characters knew the risk, right? It would be really difficult for the other characters to tell off Pike or Grog for making this decision if they know that like Pike and Grog did not understand the risk, but the players did. That puts the other characters and the other players especially in this very awkward scenario where they know that the players knew the risks, but the characters didn't. It's difficult to interact with that because it like is flawed behavior, but it's kind of not. But now they can interact with that saying like, hey, that was too risky. Like what you did was too risky. You need to be more careful. And they can just have that conversation as characters. So which makes everything exponentially easier to interact with in the fiction. Not even necessarily, better is kind of a loaded term. Whether or not you think it's better or worse is I guess, personal. But it is 1,000,000% much easier for the other players to interact now, which is really what you want, I think. Even if a character makes antisocial or anti-cooperative decisions, as long as you can freely interact with that as your character and there's no beef between players, like all players are cool with it, and like cool with what's happening, 2 thumbs up. Which is, I think, what we've kind of gone through the process to establish here. They know the risks now. If they still push the button, it's on them. Exactly. And it's on Pike and Grog specifically. Now, Vex, the character, is much more justified in taking the deck away. Because she knows that they now know the risk and chose to pull anyway. Now, they might also convince them that the risk was worth it. Who knows? What would be the worst 3 cards they could pick? What would be the worst for a DM probably planning a new arc? Ooh, good question. Deck of many things. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know the deck of many things, like the back of my hand. Let's see here. Your mind. There we go. This might be a little bit small, but it looks like it doesn't wrap the words well if I make it too big. Your mind suffers a wrenching alteration, causing your alignment to change. Lawful become chaotic, good become evil, and vice versa. If you are true neutral or unaligned, this card has no effect on you. That would be really difficult. That's, I think, more interesting, maybe mid-campaign. But even then, I just don't really like that card. I don't really fuck with alignment in general. Regardless of that, I think that even if you don't fuck with alignment or don't directly use alignment, you can still make a change based on this card. But I don't know. This is a little bit like, hey, force you to play a character that you didn't really want to play and fuck with any of your character growth. I don't know. It seems some of the deck of many things, and kind of the deck of many things in general, is very I don't know how to describe this other than the term that me and Paige use for it, but I don't know if I should say that. I call this type of design very rar XD lol so random. And look, I grew up going to Hot Topic and Spencer's as much as the next kid. All right. I was in this rar XD lol so random sphere. All right. But it is a sort of, and it's one of the reasons, another very common thing that people really love is wild magic. And I think wild magic is also very lol XD so random. Rar. And it just doesn't do much for me anymore. I find it, I find the juice not worth the squeeze. I think that it does inject some interest through randomness, but I don't think that the disruption is worth it. Lol XD so random. Rar lol XD so random. And it's RAWR. Don't forget. So that's kind of the deck of many things to me broadly, which is probably why I've never had the deck in my games. I probably won't if I'm being real with you. And balance is kind of is immediately a very explicit example of this card. I wouldn't like it for the exact same reason that I would never put the deck in my games in general. So I'm kind of going to ignore a card like that. The deck has a lot of Gygax early D&D bullcrap. Yeah. So, I don't know. Comet. If you single-handedly defeat the next hostile monster or group of monsters you encounter, you gain experience points enough to gain 1 level. Otherwise, this card has no effect. Sure, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You disappear and become entombed in a state of suspended animation in an extra-dimensional sphere. Everything you are wearing and carrying stays behind in the space you occupied when you disappeared. You remain imprisoned until you are found and removed from the sphere. You can't be located by any divination magic, but the wish spell can reveal the location of your prison. You draw no more cards. Yeah. This would also be fine. This wouldn't be difficult for me to deal with at all. I mean, I'll point out something that I actually had to remind my players of, because it's something that doesn't come up a whole lot, I think. Which is, and it's an example of like why this wouldn't bother me too much. Casting from a spell scroll. 5e. I think people see something like a wish spell can reveal the location of your prison, and they go, oh my god, that's basically impossible. But like, I just want to remind folks that if the spell is on your class's spell list but is of a higher level than you can normally cast, you must make an ability check using your spellcasting ability to determine whether or not you cast it successfully. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. On a failed check, the spell disappears from the scroll with no other effect. So you don't actually have to like get to a high enough level to where you learn Wish. You can cast Wish, and there are other ways besides spell scrolls as well. But like high level casting is actually available to lower leveled casters as like kind of a MacGuffin. That you can like go after as a mini quest reward. So you could easily run the Donjon as like a 5-episode mini arc. Like I think you could fully resolve Donjon in the same amount of time that it took to do to resolve Hodis, to do the Hell's Arc. Now that'd be a little disruptive, but I could handle it. That's not really a problem for me. I like wild magic stuff for flavor stuff, skin color change, shoot rainbows out of your eyes or whatever, but if it were only them, then why bother having it at all? I mean, I would still enjoy it, but I don't see it being written into the game in the first place, if you know what I mean. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I'm with you. I love LOLXD random for temporary flavor stuff, or, even sometimes permanent flavor stuff, depending. But especially, little temporary flavor things. Absolutely. And I don't mind the occasional, like, wild magic zone that, players can, like, kind of choose how to interact with. But, yeah. Yeah, spell scrolls are a good way of using high-level spells for lower-level plots. Exactly. And they can make a really nice MacGuffin, and then they have to try and strategize around, like, okay, well, we got to make sure that we make it as unlikely as possible that you fail that ability check. We have to make it as likely as possible to succeed. So then there's some more strategy stuff there. Yeah. If you're high enough level to be doing interplanar dimensional arcs, something like that is an easy way to have a draw to a specific plane. Also true. Also very accurate. Yeah. Do any of them have Wish on their spell list? Oh. Druids don't. Do clerics? I actually don't recall, but I'll also be, look, I'll be straight up with you guys. I don't know. Like, you find a special spell scroll that lets you cast it even though it's not on your list. Whoop. If I'm gonna make it the MacGuffin for like a little mini arc, I can just add a little asterisk that says it's okay that it's not on your spell list. It's a good point. Don't get me wrong. You read the rules correctly and you brought up a correct point that a DM would have to deal with. But that's like a one-line DM hand wave for me. It's like probably, but I'm also not someone that is super in love with class-specific spell lists in general. I actually really liked the 3 spell list like experiment that they tried in 1 D&D in the playtest for 5.5. I really liked the like primal arcane divine spell lists, and then certain casters just got certain subsets of the larger spell lists. I liked that a lot. And if that was the situation where it was like, you know, the spell scroll has to be on a spell list that you have access to some spells from or whatever, that I might be more into. But class specific, meh, whatever. I like the idea of super dangerous wild magic for the DM to use as a casting deterrent zone without completely nulling all magic. I love wild magic zones. I love a wild magic zone. I don't use them all the time. I'll probably use them 2 to 3 times per campaign, but I love them when I can make them work really well. Super fun. Very fun. Especially because, exactly like you said, it's a deterrent towards magic. But if it's a zone, if it's an environmental effect, that's something that both the characters and the adversaries can strategically interact with, which I love. Yeah. It's an ancient form of the spell that was scribed before some delineation. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, exactly. I thought it was a good idea. Have those 3 plus some crossover for some subclasses, maybe. Oh, 1,000,000% set Theshel. 1,000,000%. It's like, oh, you're a druid. Cool. You get, access to these schools of magic, divination, evocation, and fucking transmutation and conjuration from the primal spell list. And then if you take, say, wildfire druid, you get access to evocation spells from divine or something like that. Yes. I love it. I love it. And maybe you get maybe cantrips or dealer's choice. They're not locked by school. Or maybe you get, I don't know, one, maybe it's like you get one choice of spell per level of anything off of the primal spell list, and then your other ones need to be of these schools. I don't know. But I really liked the larger spell list with some amount of filtering. That really spoke to me. Yeah. A lot of the deck of many things feels more geared to the characters or meat to be shoved in a meat grinder playstyle of really early D&D. Yeah. Which, that entire playstyle itself is more... Hopefully you just, kind of understand it by the vibes. I need a single word for it. But that entire playstyle of D&D is much more raw, LOLXD random. So random. Which is fine, and if you are playing in that sort of game, if I were to ever I've thought about running a Tomb of Annihilation or Tomb of Horrors meat grinder game. Maybe I would put the deck in that sort of game. But I would need to be running that sort of game. Yeah. Okay. Uriel. This card's Medusa-like visage curses you. You take -2 penalty on saving throws while cursed. Only a god or the magic of the fates can end this curse. That's also easy to deal with. The fates, reality's fabric unravels and spins anew, allowing you to avoid or erase one event as if it never happened. This one. Wait, where was the original question? Let's just pull it back up really quick. La. Yeah, this one. 3 worst cards. This one. This is if you pull the fates, the player needs to name the event, and then you need to immediately end the session and probably skip the next session as the GM deals with that. Yeah, this one. I mean, fuck, honestly, maybe you even end the session before the player chooses, and then you need to, like, sit down with the player. You need to have, like, a session just with that player to, like, figure out what they're gonna do and, like, talk through it with them. That one's... Yup. Grognard. Sure, yeah. I think that is a very old school way to say it that I do agree with. I think it won't probably come off as much to the newer school, but I think that's a good way to say it. Yeah. A powerful devil becomes your enemy. The devil seeks your ruin and plagues your life. For sure. We basically just had that. This would be boring, but not hard to deal with. You lose 10,000 XP. Discard this card. Draw from the deck again. Counting both draws as one of your declared. If losing that much XP would cause you to lose a level, you instead lose an amount that leaves you with just enough XP to keep your level. Sure, whatever. 25 pieces of jewelry worth 25. Sure, whatever. Permanently reduce your intelligence by 1d4 plus 1. That's also fine. Somehow Hodis has returned. Yeah. You gain 10,000. Sure. A rare magical weapon. Sure. You require a service 4th level fighter. That's also fine. Granted the ability. The non-player character, the DM's choice, becomes hostile towards you. DM's choice makes this easy. All forms of wealth you carry or own, other than magic items, are lost to you. Portable property vanishes. Businesses, buildings, land you are lost in a way that alters reality the least. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice caveat. Any documentation that proves you should own something lost to this card also disappears. I like this. This is maybe the one I like the most that also has the biggest impact. That's really fun. Yeah, I'm into that one. You summon an avatar of death. I think that's fine. Yeah. I mean, you know, one of them dying is tough, but it wouldn't disrupt me too much. Increase ability scores, gain 50k XP. Every magic item you wear or carry disintegrates. Artifacts in your possession are destroyed, for sure. You gain proficiency in persuasion. Hell yeah. At any time you choose within 1 year of drawing this card, you can ask a question in meditation and mentally receive a truthful answer to that question. Ooh. Size information. Sure. Okay. This black card spells disaster. Your soul is drawn from your body and contained in an object of the DM's choice. One or more powerful beings guard the place. While your soul is trapped in this way, your body is incapacitated. Yeah, I mean, this is really similar to Don John, right? I mean, I guess your soul is drawn from your body, so your corporeal body is still there. Sure. A wish spell can't restore your soul, but the spell reveals the location of the object that holds it. Okay, so it's kind of two sides to the same coin. I mean, I think top 3 worst to deal with, it is far and away the Fates. And then a distant second and third is Don John and the Void. Everything else is, I mean, it's fine. Everything else, I mean, some of them would be annoying, don't get me wrong, but they'd be easy enough to deal with. I mean, I honestly, actually, I'm going to say Don John and the Void are tied at third. And I'm going to actually say number 2 might be Balance, because the fact that you drew it from the decks is going to make the player really want to lean into it, but it is also absolutely the hardest to, like, consistently get or consistently portray, I think. And especially at this point in the campaign, like a lot of these characters are like hardwired into these players. Like even Sam's doing a great job with Terry, but sometimes a little bit of Scanlan leaks out, which I don't blame him for. And so I think it would just be hard to do, and then it would be hard for the DM to try and like keep the player honest. So this one, I would say draw another card, because it would just be I think it would frankly just be kind of annoying for me personally. And then the fates might be like, dude, draw another card. I can't deal with that. I can't deal with that. I'm sorry. I've put too much work into this final arc. If you really want this, we're gonna have to talk through it so that you choose something that is not off limits. And then distant third is Don John in the Void. All in all, the deck isn't that hard to deal with. I think the worst one by far is the Fates. If they draw the Fates, it's like a 50-50 shot that like, yeah, that they just like fundamentally change every aspect of the campaign on accident, depending on what they choose. Yeah. Yeah. DM, nope, pick a different card. Yes. I'm excited to see if they draw a card or not. Let's check. Let's see.
I mean, so like bad things, like
What could be that bad? I mean, if someone were to die,
how could it
we could
kill
do a
you? Like
resurrection
just
spell.
outright kill you? Well, if you die, I can't do a spell.
I don't know what to do. I don't know if we should. I don't know if we should test the fates.
We should flip a coin.
Let's flip a coin.
Okay. Do you have a coin?
Yeah, I have a coin.
Oh, you do? I was lucky.
All right.
We shouldn't test the fates.
do you-
Let's flip a coin.
Well, dude, and that's the thing, and I won't harp on this for very long, but that's the thing is like, it's very possible that it would be, and that would be reasonable. Which, by the way, chat message. Imagine the feeling as a DM of the thing they choose to undo was the thing you're proudest of. There's like a large possibility that might be the case. Like, let's be real. Would they not choose to undo the Chroma Conclave? Like, just make it to where Thordak was never born? Or that he stayed dead, like Opash never found him? Or he stayed in the fire plane. You retcon and say Raishon never figured out how to corrupt the Ember Seed. Like, that would be, in fiction, an immeasurably reasonable answer. Like, and it's not even like Iman would be, like, worse off. Like, in some scenarios, I guess you could argue that, like, oh, Iman's, like, democratically run now. But the Emperor was about to abdicate the throne and install a democratic, or at least, like, a Republican sort of council. So, like, it is, like, almost inarguably the correct answer. You would need to actively justify not doing that. But that would also wipe from existence like 50 episodes of this campaign. And like so much stuff that I'm sure Matt was proud of. I mean, the Chroma Conclave attacking Iman is an incredible sequence. There have been so many incredible things that have happened and been built purely because of the Chroma Conclave. And so it's just like, like, you can do it, don't get me wrong, but it's like, is that fun? Is that interesting to just wipe out the last the last 50 episodes of adventuring. And assumingly their memory of it as well. Like, it doesn't, like, specify that they remember and, like, allow you to avoid or erase one event as if it never happened. To me, that means they don't remember it either. Like, why would they? It's as if it never happened. So, yeah, I mean, this would essentially, as a chatter said, this would eventually essentially just rewind time. I don't know. It would be I just don't know that it would be interesting, unfortunately. Yeah. Imagine how many lives would be saved if the Krova Conclave and erase all that character growth. Yeah. They would lose their hero status and magic items as weapons. You could have fun with that. I mean, you certainly could. Don't get me wrong. Like, them losing their hero status. I think there's an interesting version of the card, which is like a purely negative one, maybe, that is like the world forgets you. Like, it is as no one can remember you or all of your accomplishments are ascribed to others. All of your friendships are ascribed to others. That could be somewhat interesting. Absolutely. Like, losing their hero status, sure. But, and I mean, also, they were still heroes before the Chroma Conclave. Like, they still had to keep them on. But I do see what you're saying. But yeah. Because then the other really challenging part is it doesn't send you back in time. It just erases the event from history, which means that then, as the DM and the players, you then have to write an alternative history that happened and then play from the current moment as if that alternate history is the thing that occurred and not everything else that you actually played through, which is like an incredibly difficult ask to ask of the players and to ask of yourself as the DM. So I think it's maybe the biggest example of, like, I really don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze unless that is the goal of a quest. Like, I think there is actually an incredibly interesting version of this card if you create a mythical deck of many things where all of the cards have been drawn from it except for the fates. And you pull I think someone mentioned it, like a Days of Future Past, or, you pull an Avengers Endgame, right? And you start the campaign in the apocalypse. And you say, okay, the goal of this campaign is to get the Fates card. I mean, fuck, at that point, there's a fun version of this where you get it. Oh, dude, you do like an artifact hunt conceit for like the hook of an entire campaign where instead of Kamal Jaori telling your party about the vestiges, your party starts, maybe this is, a fifth level campaign or something, and the very beginning of the campaign starts with the start of the apocalypse. So the apocalypse is happening. We're in it now, boys. And they get this rumor of a deck of many things that has been strewn across the world. There are cards scattered across existence, maybe even into other planes. And they need to find the fates. And they might even, there might even be an additional layer to the hook. Maybe that they find out even later that for some reason, for some, mythical reason, I mean, it's the fucking deck of many things. It's the Fates card. You can pull some timey-wimey fate bullshit with this. And you can say you won't be able to find the Fates card until you find every single other piece of the deck. You have to pull every other card. So the entire campaign is around going after each card in the deck of many things. And you know you're going to have to draw the bad ones. You know you're going to have to draw the one that, you have to draw the Donjon. You have to draw the one that summons the Avatar of Death. And the players can do research into the effects of the cards. They have to draw the Wishes card. Absolutely. You have to find those. Maybe the Wishes card is the second to last one you find. And the Wish is the thing that allows you to find the Fates card. And then the campaign culminates in like the final guardian of the Fates card. And the players finally get the card. And the campaign ends with them erasing the campaign. Preventing the apocalypse that started it all. That's fun. This isn't to say at all that there are not interesting ways to do this. And even within that concept, I think even something like balance could absolutely work, because then one of the characters and one of the players above the table could say to the other players, hey, I'm going to have my character. Like, once we get to balance, my character's going to draw balance. Like, are you guys cool with that? And you can build that in to your character's arc and drama and all of that. But in fiction, that character's now taking one for the team. Super fun. I think that could be fun. So none of this is to say that I think you can't make the deck work. But I think it would need some structuring. And there's some high drama ways you could structure this. It doesn't just need to be a rar lol so random sort of situation. I think you could structure this with some fun drama. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. The troll answer, Orion didn't leave, die. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah. Does the card allow for the characters to remain where they are as they are, but poof, and across the world, Amon is suddenly rebuilt and 1 year into its democracy? I think so. Right, and I think that the characters would be wherever they would be. As if the thing had never happened. That's what I think would be it. Pulling a Doctor Strange, yeah. Yeah. That's why the GM just went back in time and just didn't bring up that initial plot hook. It's like the Ocarina of Time. Yeah, it's like Ocarina of Time. Yeah. If the Fates card always rewinds time, that's the one card that would never permanently leave. Oh, that is kind of fun, Daniel. That's kind of interesting. That's kind of fun, yeah. The happy ending is them never meeting each other and having normal lives, which is kind of depressing on a personal level. Yeah. Like, you could get some incredibly, like, really emotional drama at the end of that, where, like, they're sacrificing the lives that they've built, the relationships that they've built with each other for the good of the world. And the last scene, them interacting as their former selves, never having met. They pass each other on the street. Maybe they get in a small, banal argument about groceries. Yeah. That could be super fun. And then you could even have some like foreshadowing or a cliffhanger where, but wait, one of them does remember. He, like, you walk up to him and he calls you by your name and you've never met him before. What? And if you did want to continue the campaign, maybe they can recover their memories somehow. Maybe. But yeah, I think that'd be super fun. The deck would always eventually be just one card. Yeah. And the fate you have to undo is the last time the fate card was pulled and set the events in motion that led to the apocalypse. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds like a trippy campaign to play. Sign me up for that campaign concept. That sounds fun. I would want to play with that. It'd be hard to, or I don't know that it would be necessarily hard to DM, but it would be it'd be very interesting to DM. Yeah. Yeah. The level 20 monk keeps the memories, or the druid, etc. Yeah, exactly. It would be funny if that led into a major mass, into a major's mask. Oh, Majora's Mask, like game in a time loop. Sure. Yeah. So, anyways, that'd be fun. But let's see if they draw a card.
Do you want me to flip a coin for you?
You can roll a
Say
20.
again?
Coin to flip.
Do you want me
1 to 10.
Oh, yeah, no, we have coins.
We have coins.
I've got one on hand right now, biatches.
You want to?
Ashley's gonna
It's
do
up to you guys. It's entirely your call.
Here it is.
What if all the good ones are gone?
Laura.
Coming in.
There you go.
Okay,
What if all the good ones are gone?
heads or tails? Okay. 1. So maybe the 1 is
Heads, because that's
and then-
all bad in the heads.
Okay.
But the tail is the booty. So
Okay.
We good. We good.
Wait, but what is what? So what's what? 20, we pick a card. 1, we do not.
don't pick a card.
20, we
20
don't
is
pick a card.
sensible. 1 is ridiculous.
You are not here.
yeah. What do you feel like? What do you feel like? 1, we pick a card. 20, we do pick a card.
That's both of those. You said we pick a card both sides.
That was a Freudian slip.
Yeah. Okay. 1, we pick a card. 20, we don't.
Okay.
Who picks the card? Who should we?
We should put that too.
Okay, I'm gonna check it.
20 we don't.
Oh, we don't pick a card.
Yeah, but that was for you. You flipped, and now I flip.
Okay. Oh, you don't pick a card either. You know what? It's safer this way.
It is?
I think so. Because what if we would have gotten something bad? Do you want me to hold on to it, or do you want to hold? You want to hold on to it? I'm just afraid you're gonna pick it and be alone.
I might. No, I want it. I really want it. It's really important to me.
Do not pick it alone.
I've made this promise before.
Who did you make the promise to?
Thanks.
Well, you live your life how you
no,
want to.
your promise was different. You said alone. So if I like really, I'm like, "Ah, I need to. I come to you.
Yeah.
And we pick it.
Yeah.
Okay, deal.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
Look, I'll be 100%. That's a great clause. That's a very reasonable promise to try to hold Grog to, because truth be told, man, Grog does have very little reason not to pull from the deck. But making him promise to not do it alone is another good strategy towards preventing the need for metagaming, right? Or for reducing metagaming dissonance. Because imagine he draws it alone and he draws the donjon or he draws the void, where he just is incapacitated and no one would know what happened. That would be incredibly disruptive to the game of D&D, towards their game of D&D, because it'd just be really, really hard to manufacture a reason that people can figure out what you even did in order to help you. It would be just so difficult. So offering that to Travis, great job on Ashley Johnson's part, because now you have eliminated the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is, he draws the donjon, he disappears, they have no idea what happened, and Grog's gone from the campaign permanently. There's almost no way to even figure out what happened to him. Maybe they could do a bunch of research if they implied that he pulled from the deck. They could do a bunch of research and imply that he must have drawn the donjon card, and that But that would be such a bunch of hurdles to roll through. So, good on Ashley Johnson for reducing that edge case, worst case scenario.
You sure you don't want to just slide one out and just look at it?
Just take a peek?
Yeah. No, like.
I want you so bad.
All right.
That is fate helping us.
I know.
It's like watching an 8-year-old juggle a gun. Oh.
I have to touch the electric fence. Just another 20?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you're not no rinse.
Oh, they both want to do it so bad.
I know.
So moving on from that scene.
All right, so moving
before
on
they
from
change
that
their mind.
We'll say for
Day one.
for the point of the narrative, a couple of weeks go by,
Oh.
relatively unimpactful.
Oh, I get my circle.
You do, yeah. The teleportation circle is complete.
Hey guys, we can go to Single whenever we want.
Rad.
Tight, right?
Question is, do we want to?
Probably not. Oh man, can I go check back in with the sentry while I'm here?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So you walk on down to the center of Whitestone, which is now far more full of life and bustling. A lot of the buildings that line the square have little flower boxes underneath the windows. Color is returned to it. Still keeps it somewhat moody gray skies a large portion of the day, but overall the city itself seems to have sprung to life over the past year or so. And the Sentry is beautiful. It's still a vastly bark visible tree, and it has that kind of like an orangish brown color across it, smooth in most places, a little more textured towards the bottom. But you see the very lush green leaves up into the boughs. You can see little bits of white flowers that kind of year-round reside up in the top, and it stands there before you in all of its magnificence.
I come up and say, "Hey, Sentry." Casting Speak with Blades,
Okay.
of course.
Hey, Keyleth.
Hey.
It's been a while.
It's been so long. You're looking so good, so healthy.
Thanks. I've been eating right.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah.
It's been
Looks like
good.
you've been working out. It's good.
As much as I can.
As much as you can,
I'm a
yeah.
tree.
Sure, yeah. How's it been? Like, Whitestone seems so much better. Seems so happier. Has morale been up?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
There's kids and stuff.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do the kids sometimes climb in you?
Yeah.
Do you like that? Is that
No.
No? All right.
No, it's uncomfortable.
Really?
Yeah.
Should I put a do not climb sign on you? Would you like that?
Would you have to nail it into me?
No, I could stake it in the ground kind of around you.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
But thank you. I
Well, let me
appreciate
know.
the offer.
Sure, anything to make you more comfortable, man.
Hey, appreciate it.
Yeah.
You're great. You're great.
Oh, thanks. Anyway, all right. Well, is there anything else you need or any new news, anything going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glad the snowing stopped.
Right? Thought winter would last forever, right?
It's hard to keep these blossoms up through the winter, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah. but you're still good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How you doing, Kiki?
Oh, keeping busy, keeping on, It's been good. You're like the coolest person I know in your tree. It's weird. Even after like a year. It's like talking to an old friend. It's good.
If I could blush.
Hey.
Wow.
Gets a little rosy.
Yeah. Oh, look. Some of these flowers getting a little pink, Sundry. Oh.
Nope.
Dude, it's so funny. This type of NPC is a type that I think is relatively rare for Matt, but is so common for me that I'm actively trying to have less of these, but they are NPCs that give the players basically no information for free. They will almost never offer up information that they know for one reason or another. In the Sun Tree's case, it's because I don't think it understands the concept of relevance. But it is, I think it's great to have some of these types of NPCs sprinkled throughout your campaign. It's good to have lore drop NPCs where, they will just offer up information or things that they find or things that they think would be relevant. But I also think it's great to have a knowledgeable NPC that the players probably knows things. But much like, some exploration challenge stuff, they have to ask the right questions. I'm sure that the Sun Tree knows so much that would be relevant to the campaign still, but it does not know that Keyleth would want to know those things, right? And I think those sorts of NPCs are great, not only as like sources of information, but good gut checks. That's what I find that they are most often used as in my campaign by my players, is they will go to the NPC that they know is a little bit obstinate or like, doesn't just like offer up information. And they will say, hey, we just learned this thing. Like, is that accurate? And the person will be like, yeah, totally. That's exactly how it works. And they'll be like, why didn't you tell us that sooner? And he's like, I didn't know you wanted to know, man. I would have told you. I think having some of those sorts of things are great for having the players either be able to steady their ground in intrigue sort of situations or sequences, or to prove out falsehoods. So if they learn something that they're pretty sure is inaccurate or a lie, it's nice to have one of those NPCs to gut check off of. And the NPC said, no, that's not how it works, man. And so it can be a good way to go with that. Yeah. Borblow bait. So uncooperative, but not malicious. Like if a cat could talk. Sort of, yeah. Yeah, not even purposefully uncooperative, but they're maybe just like very unaware. Like they are very unaware of what you don't know. And for one reason or another, they're just not the talkative type. They're not the type to offer up information. William Nilliam. I mean, this is if a tree could talk. This is if a tree could talk. Yeah. Yeah. So I think I really, I like these sort of NPCs, and I have the problem where I will make NPCs like this even when it doesn't make a ton of sense. And that's a problem for me. Like, this needs justification, or not even justification. It can be like flavor justification, but like not everyone can behave like this. So that's something I gotta work on. But the reason I have to work on it is because I fucking love this NPC type.
Don't point it out. It's embarrassing.
Don't point it out.
So, hi.
Yeah, no, that's all. Actually, this is getting a little awkward now. It's gone on for a little long. So
I'm glad you brought that up. I didn't want to breach the subject.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you were cool.
Yeah, no, I'm cool.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, I'll see you around. Okay, bye.
Okay, hang up.
It's gonna be a while before you guys call again.
Yeah, you know, it's a little. I'm gonna wait for him to text me first. Yeah, it's the rule. Long time.
I don't know what they're looking at.
I don't know either.
Yeah, random.
Partway into the day, the same that you've been doing this, and like the bakery's been going fine. Which actually, Pike and Vex, since you've been in the process of kind of like, have you guys hired employees to run the bakery while you've been about?
obviously.
Are you just more playing as managers
We
as
can't be
opposed to
there
actual
all the
workers?
time.
Yeah.
Owners.
So
Creative input.
Yeah.
So Pike, on this day, you've been kind of keeping tabs on this. When a couple of the Pale Guard approach the bakery, and one of them, without seeing you, walks in and goes, "We're looking for a Pike. Is Miss Pike in?" And
Yes.
could you please come with us? There's somebody on the board requesting a presence.
Where?
On the outskirts of Whitestone.
Okay. Yes.
Someone who says they know you. Come with us.
Oh, okay.
And the two guards kind of step back, and you walk with them.
Yes.
Okay.
Are any of us with you, or were you
Just
by
her at the
yourself in the
moment.
bakery? Okay.
Does she walk past the sentry when I'm like having a random conversation with no one?
Make a perception check.
Rolling really shitty at that. See what happens. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's much better. Just straight perception. 30.
Okay. As you kind of walk into the sentry, you begin heading back towards another side of Whitestone and kind of glance over your shoulder, kind of looking back at him like, oh, it's good to talk to him again. And you see Pike walking with two guards just on the southern, like southwestern side of the square. And she looks a little nervous.
It's about the time I'm like, oh, okay, bye, sentry.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna just kind of druid shape or B shape, sorry, into a raven, to a crow. Kind of start circling her.
Which there was like two kids off to the side that were just playing and look over and watch you distance go, whoa. As you just hear them kind of disappear in the distance.
Amazing!
I want to do that. Poop on the way out.
That was even cooler!
They did not see that. So as you brought to the western road, it leads you alongside the shops, and one of the guards talking to you is like, Yeah, sorry. We've got a group of folks here, been here for a couple of days, asking them, or a few hours, I should say, sorry, a couple of days, asking about you. We've kept an eye on them. They don't seem to be aggressive, but they asked.
Huh. Yes, good point, Seth Echelon. So we're about to go into the ads. They're going to be slightly longer than normal because I got to take the dogs out. Looking for Pike. Looking for Pike. I mean, Pike's a cleric. That's the only special characterization I can think of that would make them want to call her out or want to seek her out specifically. Or I guess Saren Ray. Because they could... But they said they know her? What's up? Okay. I have a prediction for what is about to happen. I was thinking about, I was like, why would someone come to town asking for pike? I was thinking about it. I was like, it's weird. It's kind of weird, especially a group of people. And I was like, okay, well, who does Pike know? From what I know, who does Pike know? Pike knows a smattering of sailors. She knows people in Westrun, Iman, Vasselheim. Those seem to be like the three kind of places, and then the sea maybe is the fourth place where she's spent considerable time. You can find out in 30 seconds? Yeah, but what if I nail it? Caller identity. What if I nail this shit? So, I think Himlet Cook. I think it's going to be someone from Taldore. I don't think there will be a sea person, sailor, or anyone from Vasselheim. And especially, I think it's going to be a group of people from either Westrun or Iman. I don't really think it matters. Who are... Well, before I say why I think they're here, because it's a little bit of a reveal. Pre-watched, yeah? Okay, I was thinking through, why would they want to come to Pike? She's a cleric, she's related to Sarenrae. I don't know enough about Sarenrae to predict why they might want to seek out a cleric of Sarenrae in particular. So I have to think, why do they want to seek out a cleric? Because it's a group of people. This isn't Grandpappy Wilhelm coming to say hi. There's a group of people that didn't specify a name. And they just know Pike. I think if I was a despot, a tyrannical dictator that was ruling or was occupying a city in a fantasy D&D world, like, say, Thordak or Umbrasil, one of the very first things I would do is I would make sure that there are no more clerics in that city. I would make sure that there is no one in that city, or at least as few as possible, that can cast any amount of resurrection magic. Healing magic is one thing. Resurrection magic is an infinite dissident force. And when your enemies are capable of not permanently dying, or at least being resurrected multiple times before permanently dying, that makes it much harder to control as a despot. So, that's one of the first things I'm doing. I'm eliminating clerics. That is not something that has been established, but that seems like a very reasonable piece of world building, and also a piece of world building that it would be an interesting reveal, and it might not be something that would have come up until now. Okay. So, I think there are very few clerics left on Taldore. Pike is one of the only ones that people even know of. And in the fiction, she spent a considerable amount of time rebuilding the cities, rebuilding Westrun, rebuilding Iman, right? So she has been a very public face. People would almost certainly know what she is capable of, or that she's a cleric at least. I think, and so the last piece of evidence for my thoughts, Matt and co, Critical Role in general, love to engage with D&D fantasy tropes, right? The biggest bad so far has been dragons in Dungeons and Dragons, right? They love to engage with the more tropey side, but they also like to challenge it, right? They have at multiple points challenged, or at least, at the very least, stared into the face of some of these tropes and some of their implications. One of which we've already seen with Resurrection, Scanlan. Scanlan coming back and saying, "Why the fuck did you resurrect me? I didn't want that." Right? That is them like looking, in classic D&D fashion. You resurrect someone, it's a dime a dozen, who cares? And I think that is broadly how CR often treats Resurrection, but they also aren't afraid to challenge that. So, now that Resurrection is so much more unavailable, I think we're going to get a group of people that are going to come and ask Pike to resurrect someone important to them, someone in their family, in their inner circle, whatever. And I think this is going to be the first tone setter. And if I had to guess, I think Matt is about to add something to the resurrection ritual and to the resurrection lore. My guess, because I think this is going to be like tonal foreshadowing for Vecna. Or at least I see an opportunity for tonal foreshadowing. I think if you do not have a somewhat personal connection to the deceased, it is substantially harder and more painful and possibly more risky to resurrect someone. And these negatives are mitigated depending on how long they've been dead. So, resurrection spells already have, some time constraints on them occasionally. But I think that Matt is going to introduce some pretty, we might say evil side effects or just things you have to deal with of resurrecting a soul if you don't know them personally, which is why it's never come up before. As a sort of addressment of why anyone dies ever. If resurrection magic is available and there are as many high-level casters as there are within Exandria, why does anyone die? At least until old age. Why? But obviously they do. We have not gotten any implication that they don't. And I think that this would be a solid way to explain it. If you can rush the deceased to a temple, a priest that you don't know might be able to resurrect them. Maybe, but only if you get there quickly. The longer it goes, the more risky and painful, and again, we might say evil, the process becomes. The more it starts to resemble the ancient necromancy that Vecna got smited for. And so I think this is going to be a sort of a tonal foreshadowing of Pike is going to get asked to perform this resurrection of maybe a very sympathetic figure, maybe a mother of three. And Matt is going to inform her about the negatives, the potential negatives of resurrection magic. And Pike is going to have to deal with telling this family that she can resurrect people, but there are these complications, and they're going to be like, look, we don't care about the complications. Just bring them back. Again, and it would be a great callback to the Bard's Lament of them bringing Scanlan back against his exact wishes. And them saying, like, we don't care, we just want our loved one back. And making that a moral quandary for Pike. Or maybe they do come back, but the longer they've been gone, they're not the same when they come back. Maybe it's not painful. Maybe it's not whatever. But maybe the longer they've been gone, the higher of a risk they turn into a vampire. Maybe the higher risk that they come back and their alignment is different, to talk about it mechanically. Maybe this separation of soul and body is damaging the longer they've been separated, to try and shove them back together. They've both changed. This corpse has become more of a corpse. It has become more of an object and less of a living thing. This soul has become more of a spirit. It has become less of an animating force and more of a separate entity. It would be like trying to shove a baby back into the womb. It just wouldn't work. Or, well, it would at least be damaging to one or the other in the process. So I think there's all sorts of really weird and interesting things you could do. And I mean, to drag out that analogy, I guess it would be the difference between putting a preemie back in the womb versus putting a 5-year-old back in the womb. One is going to be a lot more difficult than the other. And so I think, that's my prediction. That's the only thing I can think of as to why they would single out Pike. So I'm going to read some comments, and then we'll see if I got it right. No need when he always gets it right. No need. Do you keep track of the times you got something right? No, I don't. I should have. Maybe I'll do it for campaign 2 and campaign 4. Maybe I'll do it for those. But I didn't start doing it for campaign 1, and now we're so beyond the pale, yeah. But they didn't ask for a cleric or a clergy of the city, just Pike. I think they know of Pike, and they know she's like a famous cleric, you know? And maybe they think that she can do it where other clerics can't even, because all the clerics that are left are like low-level grunts. You know, maybe all the clerics that are left are people that can only cast like Revivify. And they're like, no, we need someone who can do the higher level resurrection. And, oh, we know Pike. She's kind of a celebrity cleric. She's powerful. Yeah. How does he do it? At this level, Kiki can cast 9th level True Resurrection and 5th level Reincarnation, which would be insurance for Vox Machina. Yeah. I think they might be one level off. I think she might be level 17 because she got shape change from a special feature, which you guys might have already talked about. But they're very high level. This would explain why Pike seemed to suffer more from being resurrected than the rest of Vox. Yes! Yeah! The cleric at the temple didn't know her. Only caused her white hair, though, yeah. But still, yes! I think that's a really good example. Yeah! So I don't know. Necromancer to cleric, we do the same. I mean, don't even get me started on that. Yes. The more times you go on, the more it's Marcel resurrecting digested fallen. Yes. Mm-hmm. I was at peace when I was dead. You brought me back, but now I will bring peace to the world. Yeah. Ooh. So, that's what I think's coming up. Why do you think there are so few clerics? Isn't Keeper Yenin a cleric? Pike worked at a temple with other clerics. I don't know if you came in halfway through Caller Identity, but it's the whole, I think a despot like Thordak, that would have been one of their first priorities, is to eliminate anyone that can do resurrection magic. So that's why I think there are so few clerics left. Or I think whoever is left is going to be relative newbies. probably only capable of casting like Revivify, which at this point, most people that died during the Chroma Conclave conflict are well outside of Revivify range. So that's why I think Yenin is an exception because Whitestone was not occupied by the Chroma Conclave members. And I think there would be plenty of clerics still left in like Vasselheim or Marquette or Wildmount. I think Taldore specifically is going to be low on clerics because of the Chroma Conclave occupation.
You recently, and we managed to find you by the bakery, if you don't mind. Here they are. And they lead you to the outside of the town, and there you see a small carriage with 2 horses that are currently hitched up front. You see about 3 other Pale Guard in full armor, kind of one of them's middle conversation with a couple figures. You see 4 figures, or you see 3, and then a 4th one kind of emerges from inside the carriage. It's a top carriage with what looks to be some sort of curtains that are closed on it, kind of like red or dark purples. It doesn't look like an elaborate carriage, but it's functional.
Like a
You see a male gnome with short dark hair, slicked to one side, and a well-groomed mustache that kind of curls at the end, who's in the middle talking, and he glances over and sees you and goes, "Ah, she's here!" He leaps off the top, and the guards kind of get defensively as he goes, "Astro Ogden! JB! She's here!" Then he goes rushing off in your direction as the guards kind of like, "Oh, sir!" And he doesn't even ignores him for a second, and the 2 guards with you say like, Miss Pike, should we?" And they go for their blades.
It's okay. It's okay.
He approaches real fast and goes, "Ha ha ha!" And gives a big old hug and lifts you off the ground, and it takes you a minute to realize, this is Johann Trickfoot. This is your cousin, who you haven't seen in quite a long time. He is dressed in like a fine vest that has it's a dark maroon color with kind of a gold trim, a little ragged at the edges, but fine. Big swishy pants and boots, and he lifts you up for a second and sets you back down. It's like, it's been quite a while.
It's been so long. How did you know where to find me?
Well, we got your letter. And we've been hearing all about it. Well, at least JV's been telling us all about it, hasn't she? And he looks around, and you see now the other figures as they approach. There's a female gnome, older than you, who you haven't met before, who has kind of like curly strawberry blonde hair that goes just past her shoulders. She's wearing this very revealing shirt and seems to walk with a confidence and smile. She goes, "Pike, my dear, I've heard all about you." And she rushes up and gives you a big hug as well. And you look back, and stepping off of the carriage, you see a very, very old gnome who is just a wreath of black and salt and pepper hair, just kind of crazy around like a lion's mane and a giant...
Okay. Not initially what I thought, but maybe they sought out Pike because she knows the deceased, still rumbling around with that familiarity thing.
Beer. You wouldn't see a face if not for these small spectacles and a little button nose poking out as he's being kind of helped off the wagon by another female gnome that you recognize as she turns around towards her. She has long, straight, black hair that kind of goes right past her shoulders. She has kind of a Wednesday Addams vibe to her. She looks back at you and smiles, and you can see this gap in her front teeth. She's about your age. This is JB Trickfoot. She is the JB. She's another one of your cousins, one that you grew up with actually when you were very young, but you haven't seen her in a very long time. And as they all begin to approach this small cluster of Trickfoots, have approached as JB walks up to answer Johann. Says, "Yes, indeed, we've heard all about you. I've been so proud to hear that you've done such great good in the world, cousin."
I give her a hug. It's good to see you. It's been a very long time.
Far too long, far too long.
Did you guys just come here to see me?
Yes. And Johann taps his arm on the side of your shoulder. Yes, of course. It's been, I can't even remember. Look at how big you are. Last I saw you, you were like waist high to a knuckle punch. It's been far too long. Look at you, you're so strong. And he's like slapping the side of your arm, and they're all doing the whole like, family gathering, kind of pulling and tugging, and you're starting to feel kind of uncomfortable. All the attention, and the guards are just kind of confused, but also mildly amused by this family gathering. The old one now catches up, and you recognize this is your Uncle Ogden Trickfoot, who is the father to both Johann and JB. And as he approaches, he has this small walking cane, and he's like walking at an angle because he doesn't...
Ogden. I remember an Ogden. Oh! Never mind. Ignore me. Ogden Glog was a player character in one of my campaigns. I was like, why do I know the name Ogden in a D&D context? Totally separate.
Quite see you. He's like, "Hey, she's around."
I'm right here. Hi.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm all right. So good to see you.
It's so wonderful to see you.
There you are.
I'm here.
Just his spectacles. He told me that you were slaying dragons.
Yes, I did. With my friends.
What?
Who I would love to introduce you guys to. My friends.
What did you say?
My friends.
Gibby's like, she said yes, she slayed dragons.
Will you? Well, I also.
What?
I also have a bakery.
She says a bakery?
It's called the Slayer's Cake.
Cake? And then suddenly you see his face brighten. Now between like the bursts of facial and head hair, you see a little bit of rosy cheeks poke through with a smile, and he goes, we'll get you cake. Get you cake, uncle.
Come this way. I didn't realize you guys would be coming, but I'm glad that you got my letter and everything else.
At which point the blonde one goes, yes, of course we did, and you are as beautiful as everything they told me. I'm Astra, by the way. I'm Johann's wife. We haven't met, but you are a sight to see. She takes her hands and pulls her hands and goes like, oh my, and aren't you the strapping young lady? Who's the lucky man?
Oh, well, no one right now.
Oh, shouldn't be a problem. Or woman, whatever, I don't know. You don't have to. You can tell me later.
We'll discuss later, maybe.
All right.
But do come in. I would love to introduce you to some friends of mine. Come into town.
At which point JB's smile kind of creeps and you see her, the gap in the teeth once more. Are these friends Vox Machina?
Yes.
At which point, they all kind of look at her and she goes, I'm so excited. Please, please. And they all just kind of gather around you and the guard kind of comes up real fast and she goes, Miss, do you require assistance?
Just walk us into town. That would be great, just in case if there's any,
Very well.
thing that might jump out and get us.
Very well. And the three guards that were at the front kind of shut up. The carriage! And Johann goes, oh yes, well, it's now under the watch of one Pike Trickfoot, so just put it wherever the royal horses go.
Oh, God.
Oh no.
Oh, I don't like them at all.
The sack of baggins is just.
Oh, this is... You know what? I'm not giving myself a point or credit for it, but especially because I didn't mention it out loud. There is a factor to this that I think my prediction would have had as well, of the awkwardness of celebrity and essentially like the downside of celebrity. And you know, in my prediction of events, it was more along the lines of like, oh, this is like everyone knows you to be powerful, so when you can't accomplish something, you know, they might hate you for it, or they might blame you, or they might think it's, you know, personal even when it's not. You know, that aspect of things. Matt is taking you to the other direction of like people who knew you before and are now like, you know, you want to be... you want to interact with the same, but things clearly aren't the same and they're treating you different. It's a very different type of awkward tension. Man, and at this point, I don't think it's related to the boot. Maybe it is, but I don't even know if this is related to the boot that is going to drop. Unless they just start making a bunch of trouble and, like, do something to the siphon to activate it or something, which would be... that would be tough. But, yeah, lottery winners, yeah. So it's a very good, like, credit to Matt. I think that a really good thing to do here is to just keep ramping up the tension, but now in a different way, right? We were ramping up the tension in the first half by doing all of these very normal things, right? As long as we're doing all these very normal things that we've never really seen Vox Machina do before, it feels awkward. It feels weird. Because it's like, well, Vox Machina shouldn't just be hanging out and having fun. Like, that's not what they do. And so it's a nice tension there. Now we're getting into other types of tension, where not only are we still waiting for the shoe to drop, but now we're diving kind of even further into their retirement. So not just are we showing, okay, these are like, this is how normal their life is now. That's an amount of tension and dissonance. We're also showing all of the tense stuff that they have to deal with as formerly heroes of the world. Or not formally heroes of the world, but, as adventurers of the realm, powerful individuals. People are going to want things from them. No matter how altruistic it is. In my version, in my prediction, it was going to be very altruistic. Or at least, very understandable. In Matt's, what he's actually pulling off here, it's a little bit more tense, a little bit more awkward, which I love. Yeah, man, it's cool. And I wonder, there's also a small additional factor of now you're introducing even more civilian possible casualties. I don't really think that's that big of a matter or effect because Whitestone has a bunch of civilians. So I don't think that having this, not estranged, but distant family is moves the needle much in that area. But still, it's there. Yeah. And I really wonder if we're going to see similar things for any of the other characters. Of now that they are retired, they are going, and they have, yes, banal responsibilities of their various stations. Are they going to get even more responsibility thrust upon them simply because they are powerful enough to make powerful decisions, right? Just purely on the fact that they are so capable. Are they going to have to deal with more than maybe we've initially seen? I don't know. We'll see. I think that would be a great way to continue ratcheting up the tension. I'll say that. Do you remember why she hasn't seen her family in a while? I don't. I do remember that she sent money, I think last stream, back to the family, but I don't remember in particular. I know she left home somewhat young, I think. To go and, sail the high seas seems pretty, like she's maybe running from something. Yeah. That's the issue for sending a letter to your extended family that you have money and royal friends. Yeah. Yeah. Almost as if you thought it had anything to do with her time skip errands, but that felt too close to the line. I think that's fair. I would have said no. But yeah, that's fair. As long as the game and the community keeps going, I'm happy. I don't know anything about the meta above the table. I never GM. Well, strap in, hang out, Sprawl Rat. This is I talk about, what we can take away from Critical Role for our own tables. And also I've never seen it before, which is why I'm doing all the predicting. But yeah, that's we are kind of picking it apart, but also, positively and negatively. I think this scene is really great for the ratcheting up of the tension. And I think it's a good thing to keep in mind. I talked very briefly when they were in Vasselheim about how local law enforcement would start to treat player characters differently as their power scale ramps and ramps and ramps towards level 20. And it's not just law enforcement you got to think about. Family would start treating the characters differently. Like, these are now near demigods. Even within the scale of, these things existing in the world, it would be like if your daughter or son or childhood friend suddenly became a billionaire. Or maybe not suddenly, but over the course of a year or two. Right? Even though billionaires exist, you would have a very different relationship with that person now. Just at a base level, even if you try really hard not to. And so I think working that in to high-level D&D can provide some really nice character moments, really juicy. And as I think someone's about to say here, or I was about to highlight, yeah. Doyle is reason Ashley's back for a bit. Watsonian recent fame. There is also that aspect of it's really nice to be able to zoom in on Ashley a bit personally because she's going to have some time back at the table. So it's nice to be able to offer her a little bit of a personal interact or a very personal sort of beat to interact with because she doesn't have as much time at the table as the others. So yeah, people coming with hands out and daggers hidden. Yes, sir. When Kevdak, or during Kevdak times, when we meet Wilhand, we learned her family are called Trickfoots because they're thieves and scammers. Oh, and Wilhand left because they didn't want to do that stuff. Interesting. I probably have that note somewhere. I just, we get so little Pike, and, Pike's kind of two different characters depending on if Ashley is playing Pike versus Matt. So it's hard for me to keep my Pike lore straight. I guess Jim is just a role you get plopped into whether you like it or not. As long as the game keeps going with lots of people taking turns, everyone can play together. I mean, sure. I think that's... How do I say it? I think that is definitely the case at many tables. I will say personally, I love DMing. I like playing well enough. It's fun, but I don't like playing nearly as much as I like DMing. So I have never been, plopped into or forced into it, whether I liked it or not. I definitely like being the DM. Which is, one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this. And I think a lot of D&D commentary YouTubers are similar. A lot of them are on the DM side of the table most of the time. But I only, I guess, highlight that to say, not every DM is forced into it. I think D&D in general is just kind of hard to uptake on unless you have kind of a particular mindset or want particular things out of DMing a system. Which I did. I have control issues. So D&D forcing a lot of, core design decisions onto me is not necessarily that bad of a thing for me because I like having a lot of control. So yeah. I would say it, but to your point, it is just a role like any others, and we do still talk about the players a lot, just not as much. They could totally start acting semi planeswalkers, TBH, with the amount of resources and powers they could shift to basically any world set settings. Oh, absolutely, yeah. But anyways, let's check out the rest. Let's see. We are. Oh my God. How many minutes has that been? 15? Whew. Oh, 25. Okay, well that's not as bad. Making slow progress today.
Yeah. Let me just, you know what? Guards, can you take them to the Slayer's cake? And, I will be right there. I will be right there.
Of course, you're a busy woman. Don't worry about it.
I have some things to tend to.
Puts her hair a bit, and besides, I can have a god escort me any day. And the guard's just grabs her arm and starts walking along with her. You already tell she's a bubbly flirt.
Caleb flies down and lands on Pike's shoulder.
Hey! Oh, okay, so you just saw that? I think, so my family's here, the family that I haven't really seen since I was a kid. And they're we have the last name Trickfoot for a reason. I'm gonna get on the earring and say, whoever is available, I would love to maybe have you come to the Slayer's cake. Some of my family is here. And hold on, just watch your pockets, watch your stuff. Just keep an eye on your things. And just come, please come.
We've got you, darling. I go ahead and bamf out of my B shape.
Whoa!
What?
I sent money. I didn't tell them where I was.
You sent money?
I did. I just didn't know. I don't know. Maybe I should have done it.
No. I mean,
I just wanted to make sure that they were okay, and I didn't know they're. Maybe that wasn't a good idea.
No, I mean, I know you've told us very vague amounts about your family. So
I know because they're.
It was just, it was surprising. You haven't talked about them too much. Just like that they're like,
A lot
oh,
of, I left when I was very young, so a lot of them I don't really know. I don't know. Okay.
I just we love you.
Okay.
And family or not, if anyone tries to fucking use you, we will.
Thank you. Okay. I don't think it'll come to that.
All right.
But
I just don't want anyone taking advantage of you. You know?
right.
You're
No,
having
I
this
don't think that'll happen.
Watch it, Goliath.
Okay. Just get ready. Just get ready. Let's go to the Slayer's Cake.
I'm walking from,
Okay,
I'm walking
we're
from the
walking up as
cemetery,
well.
however far that is.
Yeah, they
get there,
they alluded to the fact that they know who Vox Machina is, which I guess in this day and age maybe people know who we are, which is weird. Okay, just be prepared because it's not like I'm embarrassed of my family or anything. I just like great. I don't really know them. So
You don't know?
I'm so
Okay.
excited.
Wilhelm took me out of there when I was 6.
Yep.
So it's been a while.
Have you kept in contact with any of them until here recently?
Not really. Like JB, my cousin, knew me a little bit, but not really. Not really at all.
Yeah, they never came by Wilhelm's.
No, they have so many things to do.
Busy.
Yeah,
Important.
busy, but just hold on to your butts. Hold on to your things.
What?
They are sneaky. They like to take things and they're fast and small and that little sleight of hand didn't get passed down to me, but I'm so uncomfortable right now.
It's okay.
Okay.
You're kind of sweating
It's
a
all
lot.
right. Yeah.
All right.
I can hear. I dab her brow off
Thanks.
a little. It's all right.
Thanks.
It's all right. Do you
Okay.
want do you need anything? Do you need anything to look cool?
Do you want some
Or
deodorant? You kind of smell it.
Yeah. You want to? Okay. I pull out my oils that I use on backs. Here you go. Okay, you're good. Good. Much better. You're caught up with them yet?
Yeah.
my hair okay?
Great.
Yeah, they've been having this conversation, kind of just standing in the square not far from the Slayer's Cake.
It's never gonna get old.
It'll never get old.
Nope.
Yeah. So you've caught up at this point, Percy. You've just started to see them in the distance.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Terry, I don't know if you're.
I'm at the Slayer's Cake. I'm making blondies.
Okay, so while you guys are having this conversation, Tyrion, you hear what sounds like ruckus, laughter, conversation, voices overlapping, getting louder and louder, and then suddenly the front door to the Slayer's Cake, which has been kind of quiet this afternoon, poof, and then she's like, ha ha ha, what? Oh, this place is amazing! Do you smell that? You smell that, Uncle? And you watch as the uncle kind of comes in. Smells like rocks.
Rocks?
He lost his smell when it was a terrible accident. Horse hoof in the face. Anyway, hi. We're a family of Pike Trickfoot, and we were told to come here and try your wares. So this is a bakery to be in.
In Gnomish. Welcome to the store. Any family of Pike Trickfoot is family of mine. I am one of her closest friends, Terry and Darrington. Here you go. Blondie's on the house for everyone to celebrate your blondie. Pike Trickfoot.
She wasn't always blonde, you know.
Oh, I don't know that at all. No.
That's off guard. I guess you wanted to change her pace. She had dark hair when she was younger. But anyway,
Really?
yeah, Astra, free treats! And they start just grabbing and filling their pockets with blondies while
Oh,
eating
sure.
in
I mean,
between.
I've got more. Sure, you can take all you want. Everything in the store
He
is
watches
yours.
JB starts. JB goes. He walks up with long dark hair. Goes. Do you happen to have any water?
Of course. Dodie, go fetch some water for these fine
Very-
gnomes.
Grabs and gets like a small bucket of water, sits it down, and you watch as JB begins breaking up the pastries and dipping in the water, then feeding them to the uncle, who's like,
Oh boy.
just like, occasionally has to like right his face, and it's kind of getting caught in the beard a little bit.
You know,
and-
family is everything, and I'm so pleased to meet you. Can you tell me what she was like as a child?
Well, she at that point the door bursts open, and the rest of you arrive there at the Slayer's Cake.
Oh, I see you got some blondies?
We did, your friend here,
Terry and Darrington.
Terry and Darrington, who apparently speaks Gnomish. Look at
does,
you,
he
keeping it
does.
cultured. Was nice enough to give us the run of the house.
I told them they could have anything they wanted in the place free of charge.
Well, I mean, just don't get sick by having too many pastries.
Oh, my dear, it's not possible.
Well, you know, this is guys, everybody, this is my family. This is part of my family.
Johann Trickfoot, random tasker at your service. And he bows. The woman with the curled goes, Astra Trickfoot. This here's my lumpy husband. Kind of elbows on the side. He's kind of like,
Lumpy.
And also at your service. He kind of glances over and kind of does a quick scan of everybody and falls on you and goes, gives you a wink. JB, who's currently feeding the older Uncle Ogden Trickfoot, goes, I'm JB. I'm the cousin who grew up with her the most. She's my favorite.
Aw.
At which point she's been so concentrated on this, she doesn't realize she's been like mashing the food on the side of Ogden's cheek. He was like, hey, I'm sorry. She kind of wipes him down.
What's
And
I'm sorry, what brings you fine folk into town? Are you just visiting Pike here?
Astra kind of speaks and goes, well, we travel a lot, and we've heard of exploits in various towns all around, and I just haven't had the chance to meet Pike after all the stories I've heard. And Johan speaks of her often in JB's, just pretty much obsessed with your exploits in JB's. And he goes, I've been keeping tabs. So we were surprised that we were located by a courier who gave us your letter and your absolutely unnecessary but very appreciated donation to the family, and we thought it wouldn't be nice and right of us to come and thank you in person.
Well, I'm so glad you did. How in the world did you find out that I was here?
They all, or at least Johan and Astra, turn their heads to JB, and JB goes, well, keeping tabs on what you've been doing, there have been word that you've not only helped with the reconstruction of Iman, but you've also been traveling to and from Whitestone since the Conclave attacked the continent. So we narrowed it down between a few possibilities, and based on the fact that you, Percival, this is your city, is that correct? We figured that, given that basis, we had a good chance. We passed through Western and could not find you. Wilhelm, however, did say that you're doing well, and we eventually made our way east, and here we are. It's so good to see you.
It's very good to see you.
Okay. It's not quite a lore drop, but it is a pretty... I like that. It's a nice way of displaying that... and of letting all of the players know that anyone who has a mind to could know that they are in Whitestone and find where Whitestone is. Which I think it's good that Matt is establishing that right now, because they established essentially the opposite. Not actually, but I think it would feel like the opposite with Vorugal during the Chroma Conclave. It seems as though Vorugal had a vague idea of where Whitestone was and thought they were probably there, but wasn't confident enough and or didn't know exactly enough to know exactly where it is and be able to find it, given that it was cloaked, right? And that would, I think, feel to the players like, okay, if we don't explicitly tell someone where we're going, they are not going to be able to find us. This is a really low stakes way to let them know that that is not the case. Hey, that might be an assumption you were making, players. Not the case. If someone wants to find you, if they have a mind to find you, they're going to be able to. And that... Ooh, speaking of ratcheting up the tension, that is not a totally casual revelation that any of their assorted enemies that they have either made in the past or will make in the future, that is that they could find them in Whitestone, or they could target Whitestone as the target of a plot. So I'm just feeling a consistent ratcheting up of the tension from Matt, and I don't know where it ends. The future is a misty mystery to me. More than normal with Matt. Far more than normal. We'll have to see. It's a great subtle indicator of their status in the world, or at least continent awareness. Yeah, exactly. Once everyone understands all of the roles, everyone can play whatever class they want. What are we talking about? Oh, C4? My understanding of C4 is that they will not be, changing characters. I know that is a thing in quite a lot of West March's games, is that players can have multiple characters, and, maybe those characters would kind of switch between groups. My understanding, at least, was that once the groups split they will just be split. They will just act as 3 separate tables. And like maybe they will in fiction overlap occasionally, but that they will broadly be separated. Maybe that won't happen. I don't know. We'll have to see. But that was my impression of how that is going to go down. But yeah. Some random Trickfoot kid was able to track their exploits. A whole ass villain would have no issue. Exactly. Which I like a lot. It's a really nice sort of subtle indicator. Yeah.
Hey, next, what have I done?
You're Grog Strongjaw.
Yep.
Yes. No, you're the one that apparently replaced me. You grew up together once we were not, and you're a strong half giant of a man. The beard confuses me, but you've done many great things, I suppose. The rest of you, it is an honor to meet you. I've heard so much, and it's rare you get to meet heroes in your lifetime.
Oh.
What?
Well, they're so
I'm
nice.
still hungry.
They're so nice. They're terrible.
Are you guys just passing through, or where's your next destination?
We're always passing through, my dear. But we figure we just stay for a few days, weeks, however long it takes to just get to know you a little better, and then we'll be on our way.
Did you say weeks? Did you slip that in?
That's a few
Weeks? We can say
days.
weeks if you like.
Days.
That is entirely.
As long as you
Wonderful.
need.
We've been traveling.
I'm
We're
sorry.
very tired.
Obviously, very
My
tired.
family is our family, really.
Can I do a little? I just want to get a vibe on them. I want to do an insight check and
Go
see
for
what
it.
I think of them.
Okay.
Can I get like a system on that?
Luck,
Might be like
luck.
Insight, you can. I'll say you have to make an individual insight check.
individuals.
Oh, jeebus. Crap. 13.
26.
Okay. They're hard to read in general. They're strange, they're interesting, they're unique, but they seem to be jovial and full of personality. You get a very familiar vibe as you did with Dr. Dranzel's troop.
Could I request one thing? Could I have a hug?
From
Yeah, all of you at once.
Bunch of kittens on a man.
they all kind of look at each other, and they all kind of, you see Johan and Astra rushes in, and they both give you a hug, and then Astra goes, Uncle Ogden! She grabs Ogden, kind of like, kind of comes over, and I'm confused.
Big
He's just
hug,
being held
big
against
hug.
you, really.
He smells
And you
funny.
watch as JB kind of approaches and pats you.
It's okay.
JB. Can I talk to you for just a minute?
Of course.
Just step outside on the outdoor bench.
She follows you out there. She goes, you look so pretty.
Oh,
You've
thank
done
you.
so many good things. I've heard so many good things. It's so good to see you.
It's very good to see you. How have you been?
Been well. I've been watching, Ogden.
Also, small thing, really minor in the grand scheme of this. Something that I can't speak for future campaigns, but that Critical Role is amazing at. And honestly, a lot of the actual plays that I've seen. This is because I started Fantasy High and I'm watching C4 and we've seen the one-shots. It seems like the sort of actual play space has a really consistent pattern of really involving the family of PCs. Like player characters having family, having parents, siblings, cousins, whatever, and of working those into the story. Maybe they're not, the biggest deal in the world, but like Kevdak being Grog's uncle, super cool. Very small thing, but made it very personal for Grog and his story. And these being Trickfoots specifically, as opposed to a random gaggle of gnomes that had just heard of the exploits of Pike, is a nice touch. It makes it much more personal to the PC. And it's a thing that, like, in my experience, not only at my own tables, but at any table I've played at, is not super common. I see it much more often that it's the more, Disney protagonist sort of side of things, where, you got dead parents, you're an only child, no extended family that you're aware of. It's that sort of thing. And I've always heard, good GM advice that I've tried to integrate into my games as I've, kind of tried to get better at GMing across the years. And that I definitely try to do more in my modern games, is to integrate that family more. But it's just like here, which I love. That's great. there's several things within actual plays in general that I think are more or less applicable to home games. But out of things that like they seem to like spend effort on versus not spend effort on, like things that are like more natural, I think this is the thing that is like the most natural to them, it seems, that is also the most applicable to a home game. I think this is a great thing to take away from Critical Role. Yeah. The range of quality in actual plays is vast. That's fair. That's totally fair. But it's interesting to me that even the cream of the crop is it seems to be relatively consistent in this because, like, I'll say comparing Fantasy High to Campaign 1, right? These are both kind of early within the actual play careers of Matt and Brennan. I think Brennan's combats are far more interesting than Matt's. Like the combats in Fantasy High seem to have, like, they seem to rival some of Matt's best combats in Campaign 1. And so, there's, and that's just one small example, but I think there's lots of things that they kind of differ on in those ways, in terms of like things that I think they do really, really well. This just happens to be something where like everything I've seen is very aligned, and it seems to have just been there by default. It does not seem forced in or like they're trying something new. Yeah. So super cool. It's very nice to see. Yeah. What about royalty with parents, or is always like Percy losing his status with parents? I mean, the way that I would think about like royalty with parents is most, or at least the large way that it's framed in D&D specifically as a system, is that whatever you were doing before is your background, and you have broadly left it behind. And the only reason I say that is because they do mechanicize those backgrounds and like the benefits that you get from them. So like the noble background, right? That has a very particular mechanical impact, whether you're in 514 or 524. And that mechanical impact, to me, implies that you have broadly abdicated the responsibilities and benefits of being a nobleman. So maybe your parents are royalty, but you wouldn't get specific benefits from that.
Well, what about criminal?
What about criminal?
Like, a lot of the time, if you're taking criminal as a background...
Yeah. Well, that is, like criminal context is a mechanicized part of the criminal background. And like nobleman has a mechanic of like you're more accepted in high society. You can get indoors that you wouldn't otherwise be able to.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, you're saying you leave it behind.
Generally.
Whereas like, I would say criminal and like,
I mean, it does depend on the campaign, but like the standard 5e campaign is not an explicitly criminal campaign like in Blades in the Dark.
It's like, sometimes it's...
You can't get on the mic right now, but we gotta... Because they're only hearing one side of it. But, we're about to run ads. That's good timing. But yeah, interesting. My end game is just playing my character for the whole campaign. Personally, instead of having to play whatever role the table is missing, I'm good when everyone is able to multi-class. I don't know if we're on the same wave, Sprawlrat. I don't know. Because that does not seem relevant to what we're talking about, but maybe I'm misinterpreting. But yeah. The Unsleeping City has great combats. Yeah, thinking of all my favorite campaigns, even properties you haven't touched on, like the Dungeon Dudes, they have some family more often than not. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very cool. Like, I like it. But very interesting, yeah. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, perfect. What's up? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm catching up on chat. I will say, Delphi, look, I very much appreciate you guys, explaining the C1 spoiler stuff and all that. That's solid. But C4 is open season. If I'm behind, it's because I'm behind. We're very, very early. It's very easy to be current right now. So I'm not going to be nearly as on C4 spoilers. If you guys want to hold it back, I'm totally cool with that. But I'm not going to be on it like I'm on, the C1 stuff. This is where it wasn't C4. No, I know. It's all good. But I'm just saying in general, yeah. But anyways, let's get back to
traveling and seeing the sights and the countrysides of Taldore, and it's life on the road.
I know. I understand that. How are my parents?
She kind of puts her hand and goes, well, we haven't heard from your immediate side of the family since your bastard father left for wine and deer across the sea. Good riddance, no offense.
No, it's not taken.
That was a long time ago. I was young. But no, seriously, you're not missing much with them.
Can I insight check her?
Go for it.
Oh no. 13.
13? And she seems guarded, hard to read, but legit.
Huh.
Okay. Well,
Wenandia.
have you guys, in your travels, do you know who Scanlan Shorthalt is, I'm sure?
She kind of lights up and goes, yes, I've heard of him. Is he around?
He's not around.
Oh, okay. Well, but I've heard of him. I've heard of his exploits. He's, as I've asked around, he's left quite a trail of ladies through the years.
He definitely has.
I have a lot to say about him.
Yes.
Bit of a scoundrel, that one.
Such a scoundrel. Such a scoundrel. Oh gosh, you're so weird. It makes me so uncomfortable. All right, well, let's go back inside.
Of course. I'm glad we had this bonding time.
Me too.
More to come, right? More to come. And she kind of grabs your arms and kind of tugs a little bit. There's a little bit of, you get a very faint sense of like mild arrested development. It makes it a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
She walks inside with you with her arm kind of on your shoulder, and as you come back inside, they're in the process. The hug seems to have kind of pulled away from Grog for a second, but the laughter is billowing from the room, and Johan at this point is mid-story to Grog, and it's like, and that's the craziest thing! She was so small, but could yet poop so much! It was incredible!
One of my favorite kind of people.
If we could have painted a picture, you would know where she put it away! But that's another story.
Oh, well, we don't need to keep
Grabs another pastry.
saying these things. Well, you know what? If you guys would like to stay just for a few days because we're going to be leaving.
No, we're not. We're like here for a
Well,
long
we're going to be we have a lot of stuff to do.
Trip coming up.
Of course. I mean, days, weeks was invited here, of course.
Well,
But
she doesn't actually live here, actually.
Yeah,
I think yes, foreigner just like you, passing through, traveling on.
I think we have a thing that we have to go fight and we have so many things that we have to do.
We just got done fighting all the things. We're like.
Well, I know, but we have some things planned.
Asher steps forward and kind of takes your hand, and she goes, "It's all right, dear. We're not going to stay longer to make it uncomfortable. I'm sorry about these folks.
No,
I
don't
married
be
into Trickfoot. I'm not bound to the same ridiculousness as these guys, so don't worry."
Okay. Well, you guys are more than welcome to stay.
Sure.
I don't trust you're married in this bullshit shit. 20 total.
20 total?
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet she's at the helm.
Happy
I know, like, she
I
puppeteering
don't
this
like
shit.
her. Winking at Percy.
Ladies and gentlemen,
While we're whispering
we
about
have a
things,
great new shirt in the
It's a
store.
really great shirt.
It says Vox Machina.
If you can get a close-up, you would see all of the Vox Machina is made up of different weapons
so
that Vox
soft.
Machina uses.
that was amazing.
Just a true
Well, why don't you guys stay in my, place and I'll take care of you guys while you're here, and just explore the town. And when we're getting ready to go, I'll let you know.
It's spelled Winendeer? Are the captions just wrong? 30846. That was 30846. Or is that like a retcon?
She kind of puts her hand and goes, well, we haven't heard from your immediate side of the family since your bastard father left for wine and deer across the sea.
Oh, yeah, okay, that sounds like an R. That's fair. That did sound like an R. I think that is just the captions being wrong. Oh, there you go.
About different
Oh,
weapons
so
that Vox
soft.
Machina uses.
You have that shirt.
That was amazing.
Just a true
Well, why don't you guys stay in my, place and I'll take care of you guys while you're here, and just explore the town, and when we're getting ready to go, I'll let you know, and you guys can go on your merry way, and...
That sounds fantastic.
Okay.
It's so happy to have the Trickfoots together again.
It's just so great. It's so great.
So where are we all staying?
Well, you can stay at my place.
Fantastic.
You can stay at my place.
Wondrous.
Yeah.
Show us along. Let's go get things to unload.
Okay.
Do you want to grab any of the last bit of pastries for the day? I mean, obviously.
That's a
Free
valid
treats
point.
today.
Look at you.
Oh,
The
yeah. But
survivor.
don't fill up because I assume we're all going to have dinner tonight together, right?
Oh, yeah.
Family in town.
Yes.
Yeah, let's have
Let's
dinner.
all go out for
Let's have
dinner
dinner.
tonight.
Wonderful. I love it. I love it.
Free treats today. Just today.
Just today,
Free
just
treats
today.
for the family. After that,
As-
no free treats.
as-
But just today, it's great.
As you're saying this, Uncle Ogden has like stepped forward again, and like JB's like, Uncle Ogden. And he kind of like. And he reaches out and eventually like finds the edge of your cheek and your chin, and he's like, drops his cane, pulls his glasses off, and you see these tiny little dark beady eyes between like the wrinkles, and he goes, Pike,
Hi.
it's so good to see you.
It's so good to see you.
Thank you. You're a good one. He puts his glasses back on
Who's the old banker from
and like reaches out, and then JB picks up a stick and hands it to me. He's like, thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Ogden.
Does it look like he really needs that cane?
Want to make an insight check?
That's a guess.
Sure, go for it.
Kick the cane out. See what happens.
Do you need this? Boom!
I think it looks like he really needs it.
You genuinely feel bad for even having that second thought. The guilt washes over you.
Having that thought.
My broken gnome, I tell him, it's an honor to mate you.
His head kind of spins for a second. He smiles and gnomish back to you. He says, "Oh, it's been a while."
I love him.
Well, should we get some dinner? Are you guys hungry, or have you filled up on pastries?
Oh, you watch as Johan spits on the page and goes, "Oh, he's hungry."
Good, good.
Okay, great. Well, let's have a delicious dinner.
We can always go hunting for our dinner.
We could.
Classic way.
That's how we do it in Whitestone.
Yeah.
You have to hunt, and if you want to eat, that's how we do it here.
That's
Is that how you got your
food.
pastries?
Well, hunting for any kind of meat.
Yeah,
Pastries you bake.
If you want to eat.
for the meat pies.
Yeah,
For the meat,
yeah.
the meat pies. It's all
Well, we're not hunters, so I guess we'll just stay here till you finish hunting. You know we're not hunters. We've never been hunters.
I know. I
Trickfoots
just
don't hunt?
we can. Well, we can just
Let's go freshen up for dinner.
go freshen up for dinner. I'll show you guys
Not
my
a bad
place.
idea. I could use a bath, actually. How about you, Ash? She's like, oh, I could love a bath right now. I've been on the road for so long. And Jimmy goes, Uncle could really use a bath.
Uncle could use a bath. I
He
think.
could. He smells like cheese.
All right, I'll walk you guys. Let's walk to my place.
Very well. Show us along.
I just want to whisper to you as we walk back to the house. Don't give them any more free things, all right?
Oh, what? I thought they
they're
were
wonderful
Pike's
They're-
people.
Yeah, they're great. They're great. They're wonderful. But just no more free stuff. Just today, but no more after that.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, if you want to know what kind of character I typically play, I think Johann Trickfoot might be the closest. Johann Trickfoot might be the closest character to any of my player characters, specifically like my third player character I ever played, is a hop, skip, and a jump from Johann Trickfoot, especially that Trickfoots don't hunt. You know that. Oh, man. I love it. I love it. Oh. If the GM could control the players, it would be a finite story, not an ongoing game. That would be the actual worst. I feel like you're like going in for a fist bump and I'm coming in for a handshake. Like I don't know. I don't understand. Yeah. I'm not sure of the relevance. But yeah. I guess if you mean like control as in like a puppet master, yes. But I mean the GM influences player decisions and player decisions influence the GM. And like every game is ultimately a finite story. Like, unless you and your players are all immortal in real life. But I don't think that's probably the case. That was not her uncle who said that? Who? The Johan? Is it Uncle Johan? I have their names written. Or is that Ogden? So it's Astra, Ogden, JB. I thought it was Uncle Ogden, cousin Johan. I think this is cousin. And then Ogden, JB. I think it's uncle. I think. And then cousin JB and Astra's also their age. Cousin Astra. I mean, cousin marriage ways.
Well, okay, of course. I'm
okay.
sorry if I was out of line.
Of course not. You're so generous.
Good.
Love you.
Love you so much.
I'm hooking Kiki by the arm. Hey, you got that look in your eye.
I just don't like it when people try to take advantage of my friends, but they're family, and if anyone is in need, I don't want to potentially put them out.
But you think they're a little bit hinky?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We can just keep an eye out.
Pike,
I'm
if you,
protective.
No.
Pike, if you need anything, just let me know. And I completely understand the awkward position that you're currently being put in.
Oh God, it's so awkward. I just don't know. Thank you, Percy. Thank you.
Don't
I will let
worry.
you know if there's anything that I need.
Keep an eye on the odd one. If you see any notion of her,
Which
JB, was it?
one? Because they're all
I know,
odd.
right? And as they're having this conversation, I
JB,
say,
she reminds me of me at that age. That's not a good thing.
I say
very
to
strange.
I say to Vax, just keep an eye on the odd one, all right?
See if you notice an
Which one's
interest.
the odd one?
Like, are there any more coming?
If you notice an
don't
interest in
think
that one,
so.
please let me know. Maybe I can figure out what she's interested in and show her around. Maybe.
Okay, that's a great idea. So this is
Catch up to that.
all of you then that came. You guys are just been traveling around just yourselves.
Got any more of you coming?
Not coming with this. We've Driftwoods tend to scatter on their own.
Like bunnies.
Kind of. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that one. Yeah. I mean, not everyone can be trusted in the family.
Yeah.
It's frustrating. The people that you care for and spend your life getting behind betray that trust. And, well, good riddance to 'em.
Oh, well, is there anything you would like to see while you're here?
They all look back to JB, who lightens up again and goes, everything.
Okay. Well, is there anyone in particular you would like to give you a tour?
JB is kind of like, well, and Johan goes, I feel like if we don't choose him, we're going to get squashed. You can see like a moment of kind of heartbreak, and JB goes, very well.
Yes!
Mr. Strongjaw, you may show us around.
Yeah, you won't regret that choice.
All right, well, come with me. You can come to my place, freshen up before dinner, and we'll have a great time.
Great. Now, to the bats. How big are your bats? Are they huge?
Well,
the human-sized
there are
bats?
some-
The bigger than human-sized bats?
Not quite big enough.
Well, for us.
You don't know.
You! Son. All right, so you show them up the castle, which I assume is where you're letting them stay.
They're staying in the castle.
The guards have generally been alerted to be wary but kind, polite, and less important that they stop them from doing anything too terrible, and more to the point that they just write it down and report it immediately.
Right, okay.
Unless anyone's doing something terrible.
This is I don't think it's going to get immediately addressed. And obviously, Uncle Ogden isn't calling the shots. That's nothing crazy. But the fact that Johan and Astra both looked to JB. And JB grew up ostensibly in similar-ish conditions to Pike and Grog. And JB is also the one who's been keeping tabs on Pike. Look, the party has been scrying on Scanlan and keeping tabs on him. Ripley is one of the only other people that we're aware of that kept tabs on the party via the fucking wire in their in Percy's gun. I could see JB being secretly evil. And I don't levy that accusation lightly. I know, you're shocked, you're surprised. I never think that a newly introduced NPC is secretly evil. That's just not like me. But this is a rare circumstance where, or possibly not even evil, but possibly just power hungry. I can also see. I mean, I can see JB having a similar mentality to Grog. And whereas Grog went through a whole arc and, had character growth, learning that his strength was derived from his love and trust and cooperation with his friends rather than his own personal strength. What if JB didn't have that sort of growth? And especially with that insight check and, the whisper, I'm just gonna throw out a theory. I don't know how confident I am about it, but I think it's possible that Astra and Johan are here under duress to make it less weird that JB is showing up. And Uncle Ogden's along for the ride. He doesn't know what's going on. And I think they're here under duress. And I think, Pike and Grog joined Vox Machina. But I think this might be I think it was Simon that was the punk kid that showed up at Castle Grayskull and asked Vax to take him under his wing. Was that Simon? I can never remember the kid's name. But after Vox rejects him, he ultimately ends up with Ripley. Kynan, thank you. I think this is gonna be a Kynan situation where, because honestly, if Mikhail Daxio is not the Vecna Connect, which I honestly don't really think he is. He's just been the most likely up to this point, but it's 20%. I don't think he's very likely at all. If he's not the Vecna Connect, then it means that Vecna cultists are active in Taldore. And what better of a time to strike than right now during the rebuilding? This is a really good opportunity where randos are going to be let in if it seems like they can help, or it seems like they're in need. So it's an easy opportunity for a cultist wanting to infiltrate organizations. And we have seen that JB doesn't even need to be a high-level caster. We've seen that the Clasp will give their agents the scry orbs, or at least one scry orb. So magical items exist to facilitate JB spying on them if he wanted to. It seems very reasonable to me that JB hears about Pike's success within the very famous Vox Machina and starts scry orbing on them, or if he is a medium to high level caster, that he just, has the scry spell. And he's trying to talk Pike in, trying to make her feel comfy. And he wants access to the siphon, I think. And it's even possible that the body of Vecna or the cultists of Vecna or whatever have been broadly keeping tabs on Vox Machina, and that they just sent JB because it would be the best cover story instead of, a random refugee. Because what did he say? He said everything, but earlier when JB and her were talking outside, should we get some dinner? Thank you, you're a good one. It's good to see you. Right here. I'll take care. Why don't you guys stay at my place? Don't worry. Can I insight check that? Oh. Where? I'm going to search bench. Because I know that she says that when she goes to have the conversation. Bench. There it is. I've heard so many good things. It's so good to see you. How have you been? I've been watching Ogden, traveling, seeing the countryside. I know, I understand that. How are my parents? None taken. How long I want to see how she phrased how she's going to stay. Quiet Trail of Ladies, which is, I've heard of his exploits as I've asked around. They have a lot to say. She's talked to people that Scanlan has fucked. I don't think Scanlan's talked to most of the people he fucked. Interesting. She walks inside. Oh, yeah. So she didn't even say it out there. I thought that she said how long they would stick around. I thought she was like, oh, yeah, we're going to leave in like a couple of days or whatever. But I was wondering if she even said that she would leave, or if she just said something vague like, we'll get out of your hair in a little bit. Which is code for we're going to activate a ritual and open a portal to the Shadowfell. But I can't find it, whatever they said. And I'm not going to spend too long looking for it. Simon is best belt. Simon is best belt. That is true. But I remember there's 2 Simons. But I don't remember. How does he do it? Are you locking in on any predictions of the family's intention or keeping it open? What I'll lock in is I think at least some of the members are either currently or will become unduly interested in the siphon and will break into the basement, into the ziggurat room. Now, whether or not they immediately get caught or, manage to successfully sneak in and fuck with something, I think in the most, they're normal people, they have no shady intentions, I think one of them could touch it and get sucked in. And it's this bad event. And it's kind of a tragedy. And a little bit of not Icarus, what's Curiosity killed the cat sort of situation. But I think it's very possible that they have other intentions. I don't think that they are all aware of the siphon and will try to convince Pike to let them have it. But I think it's also super likely that they find out and start acting weird. And maybe if they insight check them or interrogate them, maybe they want to go and like bring back a force to try and capture the siphon. I could see that totally happening. But the theory I think I'm going to lock in is that JB in particular has ulterior motives and the others are here because of him. Whether that is under duress or because he convinced them, I'm not sure. Maybe even enchanted them. Who knows? But I think they are here because JB wanted to come and that JB has some manner of alternative motives related to the Ziggurat and Siphon. That's what I'm locking in. It's vague, but I think it's specific enough.
Or going somewhere they really shouldn't.
Right, okay. That information is easily distributed throughout the Pale Guard and without issue.
I guess that silverware wasn't so important.
We're bringing out the moderate silverware.
Yes,
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
All the good silver is hidden hidden up high.
Because there are only, through the castle at any given point in time, 4 baths, like 4 rooms that contain full baths. Occasionally you have to wait for a person, but they immediately scatter. 3 of them are taken.
Okay. Well, we might just have to wait a little bit.
Okay. You wait a while. Eventually, they might want to start making their way down to the main banquet hall of the castle. Cleaned up, still with the same. You watch as Johann comes down, wearing his same clothing that appears to have been clean. He's like, "Wow, I am appreciative that you have servants here that can do such a nice job with such fine family threads." His mustache is done perfectly. His hair.
Okay. I'm not even saying this is necessarily a point of evidence in my favor because it's so small. What I will say, they immediately scatter. 3 of them are taken. We might have to wait a little bit. You wait a while. Eventually, one by one, they start making their way down to the main banquet hall cleaned up. Oh, right. JB is, I don't know. JB in my head is a very masculine acronym, and I have no idea why. But you're right, I do know that. I'm not purposefully doing that. But this is the sort of thing as a DM you would say if you wanted to give an NPC some time to do some things while Pike isn't watching. I'm not even saying that I think that is what's happening here. I am saying if you're looking at this scene and you want a similar type of NPC in your campaign to have ulterior motives, this is exactly the sort of situation to construct where there is a very distinct and obvious reason why you might have to wait for a while and why they might be out of line of sight for a little bit longer than expected. And if you are a caster, like JD might possibly be, prestidigitation is a poor man's shower and bath. You can pretty convincingly look like you took a bath with 1 cantrip, let alone if you're a warlock and are rocking like Mask of Many Faces or something, and can do disguise self at will, make yourself look nicer. I don't know. I'm just saying, if I were right, this is the sort of thing I would expect to see.
Hair is like still slick and wet from the bath, combed over, and he's like, "Oh, well, thank you. It's in the blood."
It sure is.
And he turns around. Astra! What's taking this so long? Walks back out of the stairway and rushes past the guards, little gnomish head kind of dodging by, their knees almost. And he goes, "Astra!" You hear a voice go, "I'm almost done! Wait, be patient!" He goes back. "She'll be down in a moment, don't worry." In the meantime, is there like a appetizer course?
Sure, we can. Why don't you just take a seat, and you can order whatever you want. On me.
You're so generous. And he like pinches your cheek. He walks up to the table, sits down, grabs like the fork and knife. 2 bottles of red, and what vintage have you? And he begins now begin talking with the servants about what various wines are available.
Dude. Okay, more specific. I'm locking in even more specificity within the theory. I don't think that Johan and Astra are under thrall by JB. I don't think that they've been influenced to come here against their will. I do think JB is still the one with the ulterior motive. I think she has the motive around the siphon and the ziggurat. And I think she just hired her con artist family to distract Vox Machina while JB goes and does the actual stuff. JB might not have even told Astra and Johan why she wants to come here. She might have absolutely kept them in the dark. I could see Johan and Astra being relatively innocent in this. In fact, I think that could be even more interesting if at some point throughout either this episode or the next, JB has a big, face reveal. Not actually, not like a literal face reveal. Although maybe a literal face reveal with Mask of Many Faces. But I digress. I think there will be a big mask off moment where JB goes, reveals true intentions. And I think that Astra and Johan are going to be as surprised as the party. I think they know that JB is up to something, but they think it's something super banal. Maybe they even got paid to not ask questions. Or they just assume that JB wants to try and rob the treasury, using Pike as a connect. That is exactly what I think is going on here, and that's why JB and Astra look to JB. Not necessarily out of fear, but out of, hey, boss, how are we gonna handle this? JB pays the bills. Pays their bills, at least. So they don't care what they do as long as JB approves it. But then once it is revealed, once JB goes mask off, once they see her true intentions, they are going to be like, oh, fuck. Holy shit, Pike, you gotta believe us. We did not know what was going on. They're also going to go mask off for a moment, but it is going to be a mask off of terror. We did not know what we were getting into. We thought we are way in over our heads. Please help, please help. And Ogden will just kind of be there. And he'll just be kind of wandering towards the ritual that JB is conjuring at the ziggurat. And Pike is like, no, Ogden, come back. What's that? Keep going? And they have to try to dive into the ritual that JB is starting to save Uncle Ogden. Oh, man. In fact, out of everyone, I could see Ogden being the only one who does know what JB's up to, because he oh, it's the Knives Out grandma. If you've seen Knives Out, I could see Uncle Ogden having witnessed some conversation between JB and a cultist buddy via orb or something, in the same way that the grandma witnesses, I always want to say Wraithen, but that's not it. He has a very cool Ransom. Spoilers. Ooh. Sorry about that one. It's been out for a while. They just released the third one. But she sees the person outside. Are you back again, Ransom? Exactly. I could see Ogden dropping a line like that. I could absolutely see Ogden dropping a line like that. And I think that there is a very good chance that he, like, offhandedly mentions JB's friends that she was talking to the other night. Like, if they're like, where's JB? Like, shouldn't she be done by now? And Ogden is like, maybe she's talking to her friends again. And they're like, what? Sorry, what was that? And he's like, and then they go up and they can't find JD, and they're like, where the fuck did she go?
I'm just gonna pop into the kitchen
Okay.
and just tell the staff in the kitchen. Obviously, you know, you can make whatever you want. I'm just hoping maybe you don't make it too tasty tonight. Nothing too extravagant. You know, nice but average.
Don't use the exotic spices.
The servants that are there, the whole kind of wait staff and kitchen staff. Of course, my lady.
Just
At your
Nothing great.
a curious request, but one we will fulfill to our greatest ability.
Thank you so much.
Lots of salad.
Lots of salad, lots of very
Six.
very dry sort of
Veggies
hard
and
meat
bread.
and
Appetizer bread.
vegetables, just like
Overcooked
turnips.
chicken.
Lots of turnips. Just
Heavy food.
I'm sorry. These people are cooks in the palace for nobles. Previously, the Briarwoods. They absolutely would understand the concept of serving certain guests poorer food than others. Not a critique on Matt not playing it that way. I think that's fine. But I think they would immediately be like, so the, we don't like them very much menu. Or the intimidation menu. The neighboring polity menu. Of course.
yeah.
I'm gonna pop into the kitchen after she's done. All right, family's here tonight, so everything has to be on its best. All right, the best stuff we have in this kitchen. These are Trickfoots. We have to treat them right, and we have to treat them well.
The staff stops and goes, friend Tyrion, I'm sorry, but the lady requested specifically that the meal not be...
What lady?
Lady Vexalia.
She was being polite. These are good people. They need to be treated as
Make a persuasion check, because you're asking them to override the word of the lady of the house.
This is
one.
He goes, I'm sorry, but
Who's your manager?
the lady you're
Vexalia?
speaking of...
Kaylin. It ain't happening.
Oh, you're right. She is your manager. All right.
Back to the pool house with you.
I do have luck. What am I doing?
Persuasion.
No.
That's 24.
He goes, but if you say it's the word of Lady Vexalia, then
These are Trickfoots, man. Trickfoots. Treat them as you would your own mother.
I'm so confused. We'll do our best.
Shit.
You see like this internal struggle. He's like, everyone, putting fine meats back on the menu. I'm sorry. And the staff goes like, just throwing shit.
Look, much like first half of this episode, we're in hand-wavy, fun improv la land. Look, if this was, about, if he had gone up to the Pale Guard and was like, trying to modify their instructions of how much to watch the Trickfoots or not, I actually, as the GM in that sort of moment, I would probably press the luck rule, and I would say, hey, that was too late. Because if I'm correct, the Pale Guard keeping an eye on them might actually matter. So that is a situation where I would press the luck rule. For the type of food that we serve, we're already hand-waving rations. We can what's the difference? And I will say, I think it's a good thing to highlight that how much I will press my players on rules, especially things that are obviously not that significant. Like, it is context dependent. And it definitely depends. There's a threshold, of course. There's a threshold. And I would say it's not an exact binary, but there's somewhere between no stakes, like at the resort in Marquette, and, maximum stakes, I don't know, fighting Thordak or whatever, right? There's a point somewhere between here where I flip from incredibly consistent mechanics. I want to keep as consistent as possible. I want to be as maximally consistent with my rulings as possible. There's a point, and I will say for me personally, it's pretty low. Like, the stakes have to be very, very low for me to get out of that mindset. But right now, we're below it. I would say mine is 90% of the range of, how big the stakes can be. I'd say about the top 90%, I am keep it tight, keep it consistent, correct people if you notice, etc., etc. Once we pass that bottom 10% of the least amount of stakes that you can have in a game, dude, I get soft as hell. I get, whatever works. If it sounds like remotely on par, and we're talking about the difference between serving people food that has no mechanical benefit A and food that has no mechanical benefit B, who cares? I switch up hard as that transitions. I think Matt is much more normal in that he seems to have a bit more of a gradient in how much he presses it. But I have a bit of a binary switch on that one. Oh man. Was like, my lady, do you mean serve them a don't fuck with us meal or a you aren't welcome here meal? That would have been awesome, said that hello. And again, I don't blame Matt for not thinking of that on the spot. We have our different strengths, especially when it comes to improv. But that is what immediately came to my mind. Oh, man. Always looking for the option to make things interesting. Also, again, great bit to point out how much better Sam has gotten at those over-the-table jokey bits, but fully in character. I love pointing that out. Log it in the evidence bin. Absolutely. Fantastic. Scanlan could never. Scanlan's equivalent of this would be like pissing in the soup. And that's a little hyperbolic, but let's be honest with each other, not that hyperbolic. I think there's I'd give it about a DC 18 on a luck roll that Scanlan pisses in the soup versus does something more reasonable. And it is night and day, glorious difference between Scanlan pissing in the soup and Terry trying to convince them to serve them better food than Vex or Pike would want. Night and day difference. Incredible. Even though it's the same goal, really. It's Sam playing a meta joke on his friends. It is just far more in character than it used to be. Yeah. Pissing in the soup. Why can I actually see that? Because he shit in the beds. Because it is something he just would do. Oh, man. Maybe at your home table, too late to use luck, but definitely on an actual play because it's funny, allow Sam to use luck? Sure. I mean, at my home table, I'd be like, I might literally say, you should have used it before, but whatever this time. Just remember it for next time. I I get soft as hell. You're assuming there's no mechanical difference. Is there a world where it actually impacts how long the Trickfoot stay? I mean, there's a world in which that happens. I think it would be, I'll tell you. I'll say, I'll put it this way. I think there is a direct implication that it has no mechanical effect because they didn't allude or to that or comment on it. And generally, the food that they eat rarely has a mechanical effect. I think it has once or twice, but that's the broad way to go about it. And they're getting the food for free. And this scene is much more focused on the fact that they're having dinner with this group than the fact that they're having dinner. If the food did have a varying mechanical effect, I think it would be too serious for how the scene has been characterized otherwise. Like, I think it actually would introduce an inappropriate level of stakes. Now, I say inappropriate. You could easily do it to where it's not that big a deal. And it might not even, get above my 10% barrier or whatever. But I think it would be against the rest of the feel and tone of this scene to have the food have mechanical benefit. Because it would imply higher stakes on these sort of improv-y roleplay scenes. And it would, I think, reduce the fun of them, unfortunately. Now, take that massive grain of salt. You could certainly run this scene perfectly well if the food does have mechanical stakes, and you could have it be a fully cohesive tone of scene. Absolutely. I just don't think there's much. It's another juice isn't worth the squeeze thing for me. I think it has a good chance of not providing benefit and a pretty slim chance of being pretty negligible benefit. So I would not do it. We're never getting through the second half. Buckle in. We're here for the rest of the night. We only have 30 minutes left. We're 2/3 of the way through. Only another 2 real life hours. Woo! Stravin. For a solid 10 seconds, I was trying to remember Scanlan actually pissed on Soup at some point. It could have happened. It certainly could have happened. Isn't their food only mechanically important when they cast that very expensive magical meal that makes you immune to poison and fear and gives you advantage on whiz saves? Yes, Hero's Feast. Great example. Really great example. Because otherwise, they hand wave rations, but there is mechanically relevant food. It is Hero's Feast. That's a great point. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's the point you were trying to make, but I think that is a point I would say in support of like not making this mechanically relevant. Because you do have a pretty common usage of something like Hero's Feast, but you're right, it is very expensive and they have to pay for that. Yeah. Probably pissed pre-stream. Probably. I forgot what it's called. This is a very juice isn't worth the squeeze heavy episode. It is. I think it's because this entire episode is so it's so different. And like not only are just like the things happening within it very different, it's a radically different context than we have ever seen Vox Machina in. The closest is post-Chroma Conclave, but even then, there were so many threats that still existed that Vox was very aware of. So they weren't even as like free and clear as they are right now. I honestly might hazard to say that this episode is the lowest the stakes have ever been in any episode of Campaign 1. I think this might be the episode with the lowest stakes. At least from the outside so far. The implied lowest stakes. Which makes it, and like by a margin, I would say. I don't think it's really even close. Maybe it's close to one or two of the episodes post Chroma Conclave, but even those, post Briarwood, pre Chroma Conclave. That little segment in between where they're just bumming around him on. That's the closest to what we have right now. And even that is very, I'd say the stakes are even radically lower than they are right now. So I think that leads to a very different type of episode where as the stakes get lower, and I think we're discovering a part, I mean, I say I'm discovering a part of my own sort of philosophy, I guess, about like DMing and storytelling within TTRPGs is like, I think the reason for, how do I say it? I think that the really good thing that TTRPG systems and rules impart is the ability to form very easily coherent challenge and tension and dramatic stakes within the context of a story, of like an improvisational story. The mechanics and the rules and the system are there so to keep everyone telling the same type of story and to make sure that and to guide the storytelling and keep it within a reasonable bounds so that you can have multiple writers, improvisational actors, going for a long time, a very long-running story. It would be incredibly difficult to have an improvisational troupe that told the same story, a continuing story, for 2 years, meeting every week, and have that story keep coherent stakes and drama and challenge, right? It would go off the rails so immediately because it is just so difficult to keep different writers, quote unquote, on the same page, right? And to keep them on the same page about like how powerful things are and about how important things are, right? The system not only allows you to present good challenge, but it allows the players to understand more about the story. As you present a 9th level spell as opposed to a 5th level spell, right? Just that little shorthand. That might mean nothing in an improvisational, in a raw improv setting. That might mean nothing. There might be 100 levels of spells. We don't know. It hasn't been established. Any of the improvers in that scene could establish in the next breath that there are 1,000,000 levels of spells. And so the difference between a 9th and a 5th level is basically nothing. You can't do that in D&D. And that's like one of the good things, is that when someone introduces something, if they couch it within the system and within the mechanics, it communicates things instantly to the other storytellers. It communicates instantly some information that the other characters and writers and storytellers can use to continue the story in like a reasonably consistent and coherent manner. And that's how you can get these super long running stories. These in part because of the mechanics. But I think as the stakes lower and the outcome of any given scene becomes less important, frankly, like less important for the overall coherency of the story, I should say. And when those lower stakes moments are couched within the larger context of the campaign where you are using these rules most of the time, I think as the stakes drop, the mechanics become progressively less important. And I don't think it's a sort of a linear drop-off. I think it looks, and this is kind of why I have, the 90-10% or whatever. I think it on a graph like this, I think it's a logarithmic decay. Go whoosh, where it's like importance of mechanics. And then, well, actually it would not be this way. It would be if it's important. Oh wait, importance of mechanics versus stakes, low to high. It is shaped like this, I think. I think as the stakes rise, the importance of mechanics skyrockets when you're in a big improvisational scene. Now, if you're a solo writer, this is not quite the case because you can keep everything logically coherent in your own head and it doesn't matter. But this is why I think that this episode in particular is both interesting and strange to me, and why I find myself being so laissez-faire about the mechanics of like, he used luck wrong, whatever. I think last session we had something about like the boots of haste, something else about like Ashley getting one of her skill numbers wrong. I think it was persuasion or deception, and I was kind of like, man, whatever. All of that, like, in my head is rooted in this graph right here. The importance of the mechanics goes sharply down as the stakes approach zero. And I think right now we're at near zero stakes. So I think not only do I not care about the mechanics as much, I don't care about the details at least. I'm willing to hand wave more. I also think they should be less considered because ultimately mechanics are a barrier towards storytelling. Like, I don't think we think about them that way often. And that might sound weird after everything that I just said, but ultimately they constrain what can happen next in the story. A writer of a novel does not have to deal with that. The writer of a movie does not have to deal with that. A screenplay. Improvisational actors do not have to deal with that, right? The game mechanics there are a barrier towards potentially interesting storytelling. But it's worth it the vast majority of the time to keep a group of 8 improvers on the same page for 2 years. That's insane that it can even accomplish that. But it can. But that's why I think not only am I okay with them kind of starting to ignore the mechanics a little bit as we lower the stakes, not only do I think it's okay, I think it's actively good because you're opening up more storytelling opportunities. Whew. That was a long rant. I remember really liking this episode. I like low stakes character focused stuff. I think that's fair. One somewhat counter. Yeah. If you don't care about mechanics when stakes are low, it can make surprise stakes harder. This is fair. I think to say something directly that I only sort of implied, if this is the less than 10% or whatever, like this is like the lowest amount of stakes when the importance of mechanics really starts falling off. I think that this should also be proportionally, I think you could also, I think the axes would be equivalent for stakes and percentage of screen time. I think you should spend proportionally very, very little time down here. I think you should spend most of your time, vast majority of your time in the campaign, like above this line. Because I think you're right. The less time or the more time you spend in this lower hand wavy nothing matters area, the more difficult it becomes to transition back into the like stakes matter area. Or not stakes matter, but mechanics matter, higher stakes area. And yeah, if you want to do surprise stakes, it's a lot harder to display them when you're in this lower area, or to I guess surprise the players with them. It gets harder. But I think it is much less difficult if they're not really used to being down here, right? If they're used to being up top, where surprise stakes can be input easily, or maybe not easily, but, naturally, it won't, I think, come off as that strange to them if they encounter it when the stakes are basically non-existent, as long as that doesn't happen often. I think the more it happens, the more weird it gets, or the more difficult it gets. So I agree. Yeah. And and this is something else I should say explicitly. I like that this is one of the first episodes that feels this low stakes. I think they probably could have gotten away with 2 or 3 more of these if they had, shaped the surrounding world events properly for that, which, they didn't, but I don't blame them. That it's not something I think about a lot with my stuff. I think if they could have shaped the world in such a way that they probably could have gotten away with 2 or 3 other sessions like this, probably to great effect. But without venturing into danger territory. I think if, there had been 20 or 30 episodes like this, where it's mostly hyper low stakes improving, I think that runs a much bigger risk of making surprise stakes much harder, of making it more difficult to take mechanics seriously when the stakes are higher. I think it would be bad if there were 20 or 30 sessions like this. So I think their gradient so far has been really good.
They're halfway working on and starting from scratch.
I go out and grab Vex.
Angered the sous chefs.
Little EG, what are you doing? They told me that you told them to give them bad food tonight. These are Trickfoots. We have to treat them with honor and respect.
Terry!
You said what?
Go on the side. Okay, look. All right. If your father came and you dislike him very much, right?
I would give him the best.
Oh shit. Okay, bad comparison. These people kind of suck. They're very mean to
What are you talking about? They've been nothing but nice. They showered her with kisses and affection. It's the affection that I've never even seen in a family before.
Terry, dear, darling. They don't treat her very well, and they'll use her, and they'll stay here and keep taking advantage of her. And we don't want that.
But I get to practice my gnome.
Oh, that's true. You can practice as much as you want over the next couple days. But we don't want to impress them. The more they like it, the longer they'll stay.
They'll figure out that the poor food. I feel like that they're clever enough for that one. Best to feed them well, at least.
All right.
Really?
I know.
I'll back off.
Thank you.
Continue to be charming, though.
mean, you can be as
Always,
charming as you
please.
want.
Sure.
I walk into the kitchen, I go, okay, listen up. I need peanut butter, I need turkey legs, eggs, cheese.
Those are all
And
foods
mayonnaise.
I know.
Chop, chop.
The servants all stop and go, yes, Grand Poobah. Throw out what they're finishing and begin to make eggs, getting the cheese ready, and all the hearty pork
Peanut
meats.
butter.
And the peanut
It's like
butter.
Thai food. It's pork and beans. It's a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving. There's
SpaghettiOs.
popcorn. That's just right.
That's right. I've run over to Percy really quickly. Percy,
Yes.
I just wanted to.
Well, and I don't even need to say more about this, man. This is why Terry. This is why I fully understand if you like Scanlan, enjoy Scanlan. I said that there were parts of Scanlan, especially Scanlan's later arc, that I really identified with, and I really felt seen by parts of it. But this is why Terry will always be a better character than Scanlan for me. Is the funny lol XD roar so random bit made you sad. And that is why I will always oh shit. Terry has a much bigger place in my heart than, Scanlan can have, I don't know, part of the left ventricle, I guess. Is that a part of the heart? I don't know. I didn't take biology ever.
Apologize in advance for whatever may happen in the next few days.
I'm so excited for the calamity that is about to be brought down upon my house.
Calamity?
There is nothing short of full dragon apocalypse at this point that I think could truly phase us. We can live through this.
Well,
We'll be fine.
okay.
And I come up and I give her a hug from behind and say, "We will never judge you for your blood, dear."
Okay. Again, I'm not embarrassed.
Of course not.
I'm not
I mean, they're
trying-
great. They seem wonderful.
Yeah, they do. They do.
To be fair, I've also already started drinking.
Oh, great. Okay, I'll join you.
I pull out of the flask of courage that I brought.
Flask of courage.
Flask of courage.
Flask
I
of
take a
courage.
big, more
big
courage.
gulp.
Oh, there's a lot of courage. We make it every year.
I take a big gulp.
Shop.
Just all the gulps.
It burns. It burns so good.
It burns a lot.
It does.
You're gonna
but it's
get
great.
drunk, but you're not gonna get sleepy.
Oh, that's still
Gonna feel good. This area.
Oh, get sleepy.
Okay,
Let's do this.
let's go eat.
As you guys all find yourselves ready, the Trickfoots also begin to fill in to the banquet hall. The servants provide a fantastic spread of heartily cooked pork meats, peanut butter fresh from the jar, piles of cheeses.
Mid-level
I thought, Terry, I thought you asked.
Iceberg.
Iceberg.
Not what I asked for. Mayo cooked.
Home. This is comfort food in Whitestone.
We thought we would give you the cornucopia of our experience.
Yes.
At which point,
I just take a big spoon of peanut butter.
Johan kind of gives a curious head and goes, well, who would be to scoff at the cultures of others? Let's dig it, everyone! And immediately he goes in, and Astrid begins eating as well. JB takes a bite and then prepares a bite for Uncle Ogden, who is kind of in the process of kind of staring at the table strangely, and then eventually the spoon finds its way there.
Well, that's the next 30 minutes.
As this is happening,
It's gonna be Mr. Ed for 30 minutes.
Johan begins asking questions like, so, this is your castle?
Is this my castle?
And JB is like, no, it's not her castle, it's his castle. She's just staying here, for now.
Technically, it's my sister's castle, but certainly.
At which point, Cassandra comes in from the back, who's been kind of arms crossed. She wonders, brother?
That's code.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everything all right, brother?
Yes, fine. Fine.
Very well, I'll be in my chambers if you require anything.
Sure you don't want to join us, Cass?
I'm fine. I'm a bit tired. It's been a long night. But, whoever you are, welcome to Whitestone. Looks back to Percival.
The Trickfoot clan.
Ah,
And Keyleth goes,
Trickfoot clan.
If she looks over at me, I'm going.
Well, I would love to welcome you all to Whitestone. You are guests of ours if you are guests of hers. We'll talk later. She
Absolutely.
makes her way back up the stairs. Her, you watch as Trish, who's her bodyguard on the shift, as Anthony follows her up.
Still here. Trish.
Trish the
Oh, yeah.
bitch.
Just the dish.
She's one of 2 shift personal guards of Cassandra.
I'm gonna sit next to Ogden.
Okay.
JB, I can feed him for a little bit if you'd like to, look around or something, or talk to anybody here. Who do you really want to talk to?
Well, you. We have so much to catch up on. It's been a long time.
Is there someone in Vox Machina that you really love?
She kind of looks around. There's like this long, awkward pause as she keeps looking over Vox Machina again and again, but not making any eye contact with Grog. Eventually goes, I suppose, Lady Vixalia.
Oh,
Hands the spoon over to you.
okay. Well, I'm sure she would love to talk to you. You could go to, she's very inviting, very friendly.
Should I just go sit?
Sure.
Oh, okay. And she sits up and walks about as Johan's still talking, and he's telling stories about how, we Trickfoots for generations. We have been problem solvers. We just rove from place to place, solving problems across the countrysides. If you have a squeaky wheel, we fix the wheel. You have a squeaky door, we fix the door.
Mercer.
You have a squeaky taxman, we fix the taxman. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. You can laugh. See, there you go.
And they kill the taxman.
Everybody hates Saxons.
As this conversation's happening, you begin to. There's the small bowl of what looks to be. It looks like some of the pork, but it's been soaked in some water or wine, and it's been mashed or pre-chewed. You're not quite sure.
Oh boy.
But you have the spoon there, and you have Uncle Ogden just kind of sitting there going.
I start speaking to him in Underdark because I haven't spoken that in a while. Ogden, how are you liking traveling with everybody, with Johan and Astra and JB?
His ear kind of perks up a little bit, and he goes,
I haven't heard that tongue in a long time.
He's like, he kind of turns slightly towards you, but he's still kind of looking off a little bit from under the glasses.
Is this Undercommon?
Underdark.
Underdark?
Well, it'd be considered undercommon.
It's Undercommon. Okay.
I'm listening.
Okay. Do you understand undercommon? Okay, then yeah. Right. He just kind of looks back and goes,
It's been travel. They take care of me. But we're here now.
His hand kind of reaches over and grabs your hand and kind of holds it for a second. And he goes,
We're here now to protect you.
Protect me from what?
From the curse.
What do you mean?
I have been having visions of you, an angel of light swallowed by darkness.
Okay. Are these just dreams, or you...
They come often. And the dreams that come often generally come to pass. There is a curse in our blood. And we wish to save you from that curse.
and his fingers kind of tighten a little bit on your hand, not in a painful way, but just like an emphatic hold.
I'm worried for you. You're the only good one.
And his hand releases your hand. And he kind of drills a little bit and wipes it a bit with his hand.
Oh. I take a spoon of peanut butter. I take a spoon of peanut butter. It's a little bit easier.
Huh. A little more direct than I thought it'd be. It's no, is that you again, Ransom, but, Interesting. I want to reread that. They take care of me. We're here now. His hand grabs it. We're here now to protect you from the curse. Angel of light swallowed by dark. I mean, this is siphon talk if I've ever heard it. There's a curse in our blood. Now that, And also, you're the only good one. Including him? That's what he's implying, at least. A curse in our blood. What the fuck do I even know about Pike? This is crazy. I feel like I could give you a biography on all of the other characters. Dude, is this gonna be... Is this gonna be fucking Wakander before Wakander? Is Pike actually a sorcerer? That would be insane. I don't even know what to make of that. The only other thing that it makes me think is, there was right here. We haven't heard from your immediate side of the family since your bastard father left for Wenandir across the sea. So, Wenandir would either have to be... I mean, it's on one of 3 continents, if it's across the sea. I mean, I guess it could be 3.5, I guess we'll say. Wenandir could be here, or here, most likely. Or it could be down here. I don't know what the fuck these are. I feel like they've been mentioned like once ever. I don't even have them labeled on the continents. Because I don't think they've maybe been mentioned. But I don't think, like, if you're a deadbeat dad running away from his family and his responsibilities, or even if you're a deadbeat couple abandoning your child and running away from responsibilities, are you going to, like, Dodge City, Kansas? Are you going to Salina? Are you going even to Wichita? Or are you going to Vegas, LA, New York? Right? I feel like you're going to a bigger city, more people to swindle, less chance of people looking into your business. And I don't think there are any cities in, I can't remember, Othanzia, besides Vasselheim. I think there are villages otherwise. And Marquette, I get the sense that it is like Ank'Harel and the place that they just vacationed off of the Bay of Gifts. I think those are about what we're looking at. Which then leads me back to my favorite theorizing black hole. I don't know shit about shit when it comes to Wildmount cities. I have no idea. What I will say is that Wenandir sounds very Draconia to me. It sounds like Wenandir is very like elvish, dragony, Sylvian coded to me. especially the WY is like worm or even Sylvan. You know, the Y after the W. I don't know. So it's giving me heavy Wildmount energy. Now, and I've always tried to pin down like a connective tissue or timeline or reasoning for Thordak and the Briarwoods, right? The Chroma Conclave and the Briarwoods. And I could never quite get it to line up. The dates always seemed just a little too disconnected. A lot of the important dates with Thordak were, get this, within a generation. Same thing with the Briarwoods, like, but they never like quite matched up. It was like 15 years there, 20 years there, 5 years there, 50 years there. They're always a little disconnected. But I will say, I don't know how old Pike is. Doesn't really matter. If there are Trickfoots with a blood curse that is somehow related to something that might affect Pike in Whitestone, atop the black hole, and on top of Vecna's hole. I can't believe it's taking me so long to make that joke. That's crazy. I feel like that should have been day one. Anyways, it feels as though there's maybe some connective tissue there with cursed Trickfoots going across the sea to Wildmount. Shit happens. They're blood cursed. And then the Briarwoods come to Taldore at some point. It's one of the loosest threads I can draw. It means almost nothing. But this blood curse, what the fuck is going on there? Crazy drop. And I am trying desperately to figure out how that could work in to anything. And maybe it doesn't. I said before, Matt could just pull new plot that has not been foreshadowed in any way, shape, or form out of his booty hole. And that's it. And I think that is like an option, but I don't think it's a good option if I had to be real. So that could just be what's going on right now. He could just be introducing something brand new. Pike is a blood curse. That is attracting shit. That's going to define the arc moving forward. The final arc is going to be like rescuing Pike or something. That could be the case. But I'd really prefer for it to not be. So I'm trying to figure out how to make it not that. And I am struggling. Huh. Is va a technical term? Yes, sir. Huh.
Here you go.
Like Mr. Ed.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like kind of like a little bit, but it's like unexpected.
Sorry, the mix between the pork and the peanut butter, it's an interesting mix, but it's Grog's favorite.
It's good.
It's a good mix.
He seems smiling now.
How can you tell me about Astra? How did she come into the picture?
Astra met Johan about 10 years ago. He needed someone to nail him down. Spry, wily, prone to terrible choices. He's a stupid boy. Stupid boy.
At which point,
Bye.
Johan, who's been talking, stops and goes, in undercommon, I can hear you, Dad. Anyway, in conversation.
She's good to him. If she breaks his heart, I'll kill her.
There you go. And how? Any word from my family, my mother, anything? I mean, it's been a long time since I've talked to them.
They absconded east. Got in a little trouble.
That makes sense.
It's just like my brother to do that. He's the one who held the stupid gene on our generation.
Yep.
I'm tired now.
Okay.
Which point, JB, who's been over there kind of just talking with you and asking questions about the castle and what accommodations there are, sees Uncle Ogden goes, Uncle, I'll help you. And I'm so sorry, Lady Vexalia. She stands up and walks around and grabs like the elbow of Uncle Ogden. Are you tired?
I can have someone take him if you'd like to stay.
I don't. He's very fragile. If you trust anyone to take him.
I can do it, yeah.
Well, yeah. You would like to stay with him, or what do you?
That's what I'm used to, but I mean, Lady Vexalia.
I would love to. I think.
Okay.
I think your cousin wants to speak with you.
Great.
Yes.
At which point, as soon as you say that, she smiles brightly and goes, actually, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
She
Oh
sits,
God, yeah.
Okay. Well, check your pockets.
Always.
she sits down next to you and begins asking about, I can't believe that, you stepped into the same ridiculousness that Wilhan did, and it's brought you all this. We just thought he was an old coot.
Well, he's all I've known, and he's wonderful. He's my family since I left, and I'm sorry I haven't really contacted you guys.
It's all right. We make ourselves scarce on purpose.
Yeah. Well, so you've been taking care of Ogden?
We've been helping out, but mostly me, yes.
Has he told you anything that he dreams about, or?
See, this point, she kind of stiffens up a little bit. So he's already told you.
Yes.
Well, I don't want to ruin an evening that's going so well. But, well, he's had visions. We were worried about you. We got your letter that we didn't know how to find you. We didn't think that you even were in the area. And if the letter found us, we thought maybe you weren't that far away. So we began to search our way along the Silver Cut.
Okay. Can I insight checker again?
Yeah, go for it.
I can't figure out what's going on. Balls. Oh wait, 16?
She's hard to read in general. Like, even when she was a kid, she was kind of an odd duck.
Okay.
She seems genuine.
Okay. Well, how's everybody feeling? Are you tired? Are you full? Are you...
The Silver Cut? Have I ever heard that term before? Oh, I have. And I even have educated assumptions. Good for me. We can praise these primes of Mare Forest. Somewhere in continental Taldore. Given that we've never heard of it, most of the on-stream events have taken place in eastern and northern continental Taldore. We can possibly narrow it down to western continental Taldore. That's about what I was about to do. And narrow it down to western continental Taldore, likely in the temperature belt in the middle latitudes. Alternatively, it could be south of the Stormcrest Mountains near Sean's old hunting grounds, but we haven't seen much of that at this point in the campaign. Okay. So that feels a little off to me. Not any of my notes, what JB just said. And obviously, I'm a little suspect on JB already. But I am almost 100% positive that I have placed Whitestone correctly. I am also almost 100% positive that I have placed Westrun relatively correctly. Westrun's not on the coast. I know that. And the Parchwood directly surrounds Whitestone, but Parchwood could easily fade into the Silvercut. I'm not taking issue with that. Parchwood could like end here. Silvercut might extend along here. It's just that they already said that they talked to Wilhelm before this. They already said, or Wilhand, they already said that they went to Westrun. Am I crazy about that? I don't think I am. I don't think I'm taking crazy pills right now. Westrun. Yeah. Right here. Who's she talking to? Johann and Astra turn their heads to JB, and JB answers, great. There's been word that you not only helped with the reconstruction of Iman, but you've also been traveling to and from Whitestone since the Conclave, so we narrowed it down to a few possibilities. Based on the fact that you, Percival, this is your city, correct? We figured that given that base, we had a good chance. We passed through Westrun and could not find you. Wilhand did say that you're doing well, and we eventually made our way east. Which, that would certainly make sense, to make your way east. And this is tough. This is tough because I don't actually know where the Silvercut is. So it's a little tough. But I agree with past me's assumptions. We've gotten so much about the Cliffkeep Mountains and about forests that are south of the Cliffkeep Mountains, about Umbersills, Lone Mountain, Gat Shadow, and the forest that surrounds that. They have traveled on foot between Iman, Kymel, Western, Whitestone. In fact, wait a minute. Is Matt being sneaky deaky? I think this is a fucking teleportation circle sequence. One moment. I think Matt is doing a teleportation circle thing. One moment. No, not that. I didn't see it. Go back. I think Matt's doing a teleportation circle. Led you all the way to Mont. Nope. The most sacred ceremony. I don't know. All right. You make your way to Iman. Then you charter a ship through the Osmit to the continent of Marquette. Okay, it's on their way home. He narrated it at the beginning of this. Come on in. Ashley Laughter. When was the first You're not tricking me again, Raishan. Oh my god. Is JB resurrected, Raishan? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. I don't remember them burning Raishan's body. Now that I say it. Okay, yeah. Iman's treasures. So it's oh, well, shit. Bring us back. You guys have been traveling across the Silvercut roadway through the dividing plains of Taldore onwards to the Alabaster Sierras, and eventually to the homestead of Whitestone. Well, shit. That would actually imply the exact opposite of what I've been thinking. Okay. Hey, you know what? I give up a theory when it's not going well. Because they were coming back from Marquette, from Iman. So somewhere in here must be the Silver Cut roadway, which would then make perfect sense if she said that they were traveling along the Silver Cut and stopped into Whitestone and then continued east. Okay. All right. Look, I'm on the fucking lookout, Matt. You're not sneaking it by me again. Although, Matt did say that they traveled the Silver Cut roadway from Iman to Whitestone. So maybe this makes sense. Maybe. Can I just tell you where Silver Cut is if you want? Because it's only properly explained in the Tal'Dorei guidebook. Tal'Dorei guidebook hasn't come out yet. If I'm going to get it, I'm gonna earn it. I'm gonna get something at the level of the teleportation circle. Just you fucking wait. Before the end of this campaign, I swear to God, because I was so close to nailing it, and I've been chasing that high ever since. And I have to not know in order to get the high.
Is it bedtime? What's going on?
I could talk to these people all night long.
Well,
but if we should turn in,
you see Astra, who's been drinking deep of one of the two fine bottles of red wine, is like kind of drunkenly leaning with her arm around Johann's arm, and he's a little tipsy, but he's still in conversation talking to Grog. He's just telling embarrassing story after embarrassing story, and since you're so eager and no one else really wants to pay him as much mind, he's talking to the table, but he's mainly focusing on you.
Yeah.
As you begin helping Ogden, who as you grab his arm, he's shaking, and he has his cane as he moves along. As you can help him with his arm, his skin's very loose.
Yes. Ogden, would you like me to help carry you, or are you all right to walk on your own?
I am not. I can walk on my own.
Of course you
power,
can. Of course you
thank
can. Feel free to lean on me, though.
At the stairs.
All right.
And he's still kind of looking up, and as he gets to the stairs, he gets about 2 steps and has to stop and breathe. And another 2 stairs and stops.
I put my arm down so he can put as much weight as he wants.
And he leans into it, and you eventually help him up the
Yes.
staircase that kind of spirals up to the second floor, and eventually lead him to his chambers.
All right, and I just start talking to him on the way to his room in Undercommon. And ask him, so how long have you guys been on the road?
Oh, always.
Always?
Well, by nature, we don't really put down roots.
Really?
Big old smile as he says roots, with this like kind of darkened, some broken teeth, heinous smell.
oh.
Peanut butter and cheese.
Peanut butter and pork.
Yep.
I couldn't help but overhear you talking to Pike about dreams you've been having.
Yes. Dreams.
What kind of dreams?
Terrible premonitions.
Like what?
At this point, he kind of stops, and he just looks up towards you as he's kind of holding his arm, and he reaches up and pulls the glasses shakily from the front of his face, and through his like small, dark brown, black, beady eyes, you see the little bits of whites on the sides that are just bloodshot. He kind of glances up and goes,
The kinds of dreams that end the bloodline.
Well, that sounds terrible.
We're trying to find a way to stop it.
Well, that's good.
Shit, we're just gonna have to watch the rest of it in not full screen. I know, but I need to have these transcripts up because I need to see word choice.
I would like to stop it as well. We all love Pike very much.
Good.
I mean, that's true. Astra might be chill, although do we know how long ago the Briarwoods came to Taldore? I was looking for it earlier. I don't seem to have it. But 10 years ago is, not out of the realm of possibility for when I think it could have been. So I don't know. And Delilah's maiden name was Trickfoot. Ha! Holy shit. Holy fuck. It's going crazy. There's a curse in our blood, and we wish to save you from that curse. Percy once said 4 to 5 years before C1. Interesting. Okay. I feel like I should be able to connect these dots from so he wants to protect her from the curse, but they're all cursed. And she's the only good one. And they're here to protect her from the curse, but they're all cursed. I've been having visions of you, an angel of light swallowed by dark. Like, this is me looking for it to be tricky. He could just be being straight up, and they might have just showed up legitimately to help. But I will say, I wonder if her connection to Sarenrae is the curse? No, that doesn't even track. I don't know. Not in a painful way. I'm worried for you. You're the only good one. Yeah, man, I do not know. But especially with her parents having almost confirmedly gone to Wildmount, I'm seeing just enough here to really squint at Uncle at Uncle Ogden and not take him and not take his words 100% at face value. I'm not taking any of their words at 100% face value, but I'm having trouble constructing the meaning if they aren't meaning what they seem to mean at face value.
Then we came at the right time.
Can I insight check him?
Go for it.
Oh, that was almost.
Almost a one.
Almost. 21?
Wasn't in bed.
21.
Whisper.
Yes!
So, Allison, what's the V? What's the V on this shirt?
The V on this shirt?
That's a book.
That looks to be a tome of some sort.
Well, who's represented by a book?
The whole top row is reserved for Matthew.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then what's the M in Machina?
Like it appears to be some sort of very naturalistic bow and arrow.
Who would that correspond to?
Scanlan, I imagine.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. And the A?
The A appears to be a bird's mask and a pistol.
Also Scanlan?
Also Scanlan.
Yeah, sure. And the C?
The C is some sort of natural wooden crest of some kind.
That's Grog Taint.
Yes, Grog Taint. It's, in fact, this is entirely Grog and Scanlan, which I think it's about time.
Okay, my only current rationale is that potentially the curse of their line is that the gods are always interested in them. They might be... Okay, wait. I'm putting something together. We've never seen like any sort of weird markings on Pike before, right? No sort of runes. Like the sort of runes that a child might be born with. I don't think we have. But I wonder. Okay. So, the Raven Queen has referred to Vax as quote-unquote fate touched, which seems to be it seems to be a metaphysical, actual thing. I don't think it's just like a symbolic title that she's giving him. I'm not entirely certain about that, but I'm 90% sure that it is an actual metaphysical thing. Now, it seems to me that the way in which Pike is sort of where she needs to be, when she needs to be there. Sometimes she's apparating. Sometimes she's, there in golden spirit. But she's, and this is obviously the reason that she is there when she needs to be is because Ashley Johnson, the player, is not at the table sometimes. But we have seen directly Sam Riegel use the past weirdness of the campaign to enact character and plot. And it would make some sense to me if either Sarenrae gives her pet fate touched additional extra special, good boy treats and make some exceptions when it comes to the laws of reality, because that's her extra special fate touched right there. And we know that the Raven Queen said that other things would have been watching Vax. Other things would have been interested in him because he's fate touched. I could see So the Trickfoot curse is something akin to being fate touched? I think it might just be being fate touched. Straight up. And the curse, the cursed aspect of it might be that you're always like sought after by these extraplanar deities or extraplanar entities. Maybe some fate touched become warlocks, paladins, some become clerics. And with the Trickfoot curse specifically, they all pacted to some manner of trickery entity, or just maybe some sort of straight up evil entity. I could see it being possible. Obviously, Percy pacted that. And Pike is the only one that attracted good. And they're worried about her because she's good. They're not necessarily trying to protect her from the curse might have some, I don't know. The curse might have some sort of weird interaction with good entities. I don't know. It feels like there's something here, but I can't quite latch on to it. In episode 57, Raven Queen tells Vax he's fate touched and described it. Oh, I mean, sorry. To be clear, I know what being fate touched means. It is like Raven Queen essentially talks about like Vax. I mean, in my opinion, she kind of implies that Vax is one of the few people in existence with free will. Which is a lot. But no, I might even have a fate touched article. If I don't, it's almost certainly in the Raven Queen article. Fate touched. Now, if I don't have it in here, I probably have it in Vax. Vax alone. Oh, maybe I don't. But oh wait, no, there we go. Vax is according to Raven Queen fate touched. He bends the threads of fates near him. I claimed you when chance arose. Bends and almost directly stated to him that there were other forces that wanted to claim him. When such as your unique essence walks these realms, I do not think I'm the only one to take interest, and do not think you're the only one either. But I was there to seize the opportunity when it arose, and as such, you are now mine. So I am... Perfectly feasible that if it isn't the Raven Queen that makes note of you and some other being deity notices and gets there first, it could be seen as a curse and not named the same. It could be. It could be. And that is... I can't quite pin down their exact phrasing and like make it mesh with this theory. But I feel like I'm knocking on the door of what's going on here. I think that there's a little bit of doublespeak happening where they are using like proper nouns and they're talking about like a bloodline ending. So it seems to me as though because of the decisions that Pike has made in her life, like Ogden's not worried about, the kind of dreams that end a bloodline. Like, he is worried that something will happen to Pike that will end the Trickfoot bloodline. Why? Is he remembers that he has a son, right? Johann and Astra seem to be married and probably perfectly capable of fucking. And you know, I will say one of the very first things that I think they asked Pike is if she'd found a man. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. The vision had an angel being swallowed by darkness. Yeah. If we go with your theory, they are worried about her good patron would be replaced by a bad one. They are. They are. Plus that comment about Wilhelm. But I don't know why they would be worried about that if they themselves are bad. If they themselves are bad. I don't know why that would matter. Unless, like, the way that they bound themselves makes them sterile? That would be weird. I don't know. I don't think I can fully connect the dots as to even if they are all pacted to bad entities because of this blood curse, I don't know why they would be worried about Pike in particular ending the bloodline. I can't quite pin down why that would be. I mean, maybe they're worried that she will hold out against the darkness, but they said they want to protect her, right? They said they want to protect her. We're here now to protect you from the curse. Yeah, damn. I cannot make heads or tails of this. I can't make heads or tails of this. I don't know. I can't square in my head them calling her the only good one, them talking about how she would end a bloodline, ostensibly the bloodline curse, but how they can also be here to protect her from the curse. Maybe the curse says that ultimately bad entities will forcibly pact with her, and if they don't succeed, or if they do succeed, then I don't know. I'm giving up. I need more information. Damn. I really felt like there was enough to get there, but I don't think there is. Yeah. End the bloodline and more the last chance our bloodline has to escape the curse. Oh, maybe. That would certainly paint them in a more positive light, as they are all of the people that fell to the evil temptations, and Pike is the only one who's held out good. And so they are here despite their evil pacting and despite the curse, because she's like the only chance that the Trickfoots have to like ever turn it around. And they might be like very legitimately altruistic. From what we know of the Trickfoots, only Pike and Wilhand worship Sarenrae. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And Pike's the only one who has powers. From what we've seen, yeah. Interesting. Huh. I don't.
Well, Ogden, are you all right getting into your bed? Do you need any help with that?
If you can get me to the edge of it, I can manage.
Well, of course. I hope you know that we're here for you with whatever you need, as long as we're all here to help Pike. We love her like family as well.
Good. She could use some family.
Yes. Dark tidings.
Dark tidings indeed.
Are we talking like, falling into a pit? Are we talking, I'm just gonna like welcome to the bed and maybe like,
Gets up and like leans the stick off to the side. It kind of like
I'll crouch down and start like untying his little boots.
It's all right. I can get that.
I don't mind. Of course, yes.
He leans back and lets you do it.
Like,
You know, Okay. There's an alternative interpretation here. Her Uncle Ogden makes a joke about Pike's dad getting the stupid gene. And he calls Johann a stupid, stupid boy. It could be that there was Ogden, Wilhelm, and Pike's dad. Or actually, like this. Ogden, Pike's dad, Wilhelm. And there's sort of a fucking balance of the four elements going on here, where Wilhelm is good, Ogden is neutral. He made fucking mention of killing Astrid, and Pike's dad was evil. And that's why Ogden... Oh, you're right. I do think Wilhelm was grandpa. So Wilhelm and... Or Wilhand. So Wilhand and Ogden would not be at the same generation. Wilhand would be a generation up. So assumingly, it would be like Wilhand up here that then spawned Ogden and Pike's dad. Is that the family tree relationship? I do think that it's listed as like Grandpa Wilhand. Let's see, it is Grandfather Wilhelm, grandfather of Pike. Okay. Makes a little bit more sense, honestly. Interesting that Ogden is so old. Wilhand is great? Huh. Interesting. So it's Wilhand, some amount of whatever, and then Ogden and Pike's dad. And we know that Ogden and Pike's dad are definitely brothers. Ogden mentioned Pike's dad as his brother. Wild that Ogden seems like more far gone mentally than Wilhand. Oh, yeah, Wilhand, not Wilhelm. You know, I was kind of not assuming, I guess, but I was really in the mindset of like, they're in the same generation because Ogden is very far gone for someone. I mean, and, you know, Wilhand wasn't the youngest boy in the world, but he was far more, he seemed more with it than Ogden. No, said Theshel, no, because Pike's father is Wilhand's, or is Ogden's brother. So it can't be great. It can't be grand. He said my like idiot brother got the stupid gene. So, So maybe Pike's dad is evil and Ogden is neutral? Because then I was thinking that Ogden, and we don't know where JD exactly fits into it, another cousin. But then Ogden has Johan, who maybe is also evil. That's why he has the stupid gene. Because he also pacted an evil entity. But Wilhand was good? And maybe there's a third mystery sibling that was good? I don't know. Or it could be that no one since Wilhand has been able to, like, hold out against temptation. And you need... like, maybe, like, once you go evil, maybe you can't have kids anymore? I don't know. I may be taking the bloodline thing too literally, but I don't know. And so they might be like, we need to maintain at least one good Trickfoot. If we have one good Trickfoot, then the rest of us are, like, allowed to be evil? But the reason that I'm identifying him as neutral is because he has premonitions. He's a seer. Like, that seems to be shit of, like, Osisa and Kamal Jaori and the Raven Queen. Like, that is a thing of entities of power and gods. Seeing the future is not a casual business. Interesting. Gnome lifespans are pretty long raw, so generations might be funky. It's true. It's true. I'm very surprised that Ogden is like he is. But it could be that Wilhand had kids very, very young. And then his kids had kids very, very old. That could track as to how Wilhand could be a grandfather and how Ogden could be kind of losing it. Okay.
What kind of dark things are we talking?
There's a legend in the Trickfoots.
Ah!
Every generation, one is born with a blood curse. One that carries with it the anger of someone slighted when we first became Trickfoots. Maybe it's superstition. But every one of these individuals died a horrible, painful death, screaming of a shadow that came for them. It's a myth, I know. But these dreams...
All right, never mind.
These dreams are real. And I'd rather be careful and wrong than careless and right.
Do you see the shadow in your dreams?
Shapeless, dark, eyes like burning coals.
I see your
Does that
shadow
sound
in
like
my room.
The smoke demon that we saw come out of Percy? Anything like that?
I mean, shapeless, black shadow with red eyes sounds similar, but Orthax was generally black smoke had form.
Okay.
And the eyes were more of a yellow.
Okay.
He's the John Doe of demons, really.
Yeah.
Right. All right. And how long have you been having these dreams? Do you see the shadow in your dreams?
Shapeless, dark, eyes like burning coals.
Does that...
Eyes like burning coals. I mean, they're establishing that it's not Orthax. I feel like I've heard that before. I also would have guessed Orthax. We probably heard it in reference to Thordak, but I think in that sense it's just a figure of speech. I don't think the demon that Wilhand is, or that Ogden is having a vision of, is the same, is Thordak. Eyes like burning coals.
Sound like the smoke demon that we saw come out of Percy? Anything like that?
I mean, shapeless black shadow with red eyes. Sounds similar, but Orthax was generally black smoke had form.
Okay.
And the eyes were more of a yellow.
Okay.
It was the John Doe of demons, really.
Yeah.
Right. All right. And how long have you been having these dreams?
Months.
Have you ever witnessed it happen before? Have you had the dreams about anyone else?
Only once. I was very young.
And they died?
My brother,
Really?
Theobald.
And do you know who it is that the Trickfoot slighted in this myth?
I don't know. His whole family is paranoid and guards their secrets from each other.
Wow.
Anyway.
I wish you a dreamless sleep. And he's out.
A random question. Do we see an obvious family resemblance with Pike and any of them?
You make a perception check.
They all have a giant birthmark on their face.
Yeah.
24.
I mean, as you've been paying attention to most of the dinner, mannerisms and everything, there are some similarities.
Okay.
I mean, they're not
features.
Yeah, I mean, they're not direct family. You know, they're cousins, uncle. They're once removed. You know, from her central nuclear family. But you do see similarities in cheekbone structure, at least with like Yogden and JB. More so with JB. It's hard with the mustache with Johan. But there are some similarities between JB and Pike, and you can't help but envision like these two cute little gnome children playing together. These two little dark-haired female gnomes running around, and there may have been an age where they could have been hard to tell apart from each other.
Swapped birth.
I know, right? Freaky Friday.
What?
Oh, man.
What? So as Johan picks up Astra, is like tossing, is like, anyway, it's been a fantastic meal. I appreciate your hospitality, and I look forward to this grand tour you promised tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, anything you want to see, as long as you got more of those stories.
Oh, I've got loads.
Great.
I'm going to sneak next to JB really quickly.
Okay.
If you want a more proper and private tour of the city, just consider the offer open. Just think about where you'd want to start. The offer does stand there. Have a good evening.
As you say this to her, she kind of glances back and goes, very well. Under the needs of being upfront as well, I want you to know that I'm not interested.
Yes, thank you. That's what it totally sounded like.
It did sound like you were back at learning.
Want a proper tour of these nuts?
Stands, baby.
I don't think he's figured out what she's talking about.
I don't think he has either, no.
Oh, so I thought you wanted to maybe see the and the cemetery. Oh, very well then.
She looks over at Grog and goes, perhaps a tour is in order, but just no, I'm not interested.
In the tour?
In the tour, yes.
Oh! Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, but no, yes, no, this...
Smooth as butter.
Yes.
She gets up and just walks away. Good night, everyone. Good night, Pike.
How did she do that?
Eventually, all the gnomes have left, and you're all there kind of dumbfounded at the dinner table.
Oh, God, I'm going to need
I come back down. Check your pockets. Check your pockets.
All right,
I
let's
have
check
no
pockets.
valuables on me at all.
I have everything that I own on me. What, am I missing anything?
I check my hair just to make sure my little brooch is still in it.
Yeah, I check my pouch and make sure my antlers are still there.
Shoes still
No,
on.
you guys scan through, pat yourselves down. Everything's in place.
You know, I like
I think they're lovely.
and I like seeing you being bested. Regardless of the people, it's
that
still
was a-
fun
that was
seeing
a
you being bested.
Cheap shot at best.
You are very different from them.
Yes.
They are quirky.
Well,
I mean, you're quirky.
But
yeah,
not,
but I
not
mean,
that
you
kind
know,
of
I haven't
quirky.
seen them in a very long time
Yeah.
since I was a kid.
Why did Pum Pum take you out of that?
Well, because he was different and sort of had a different life plan, and because he became a cleric and was the first of, I don't know how far back. I don't even know.
And older than all of them.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And he saw that I was, and he decided we left. He took me when I was little, and we left.
Yeah.
There was a lot that happened, but I didn't know where they were because they just travel.
What? I mean, they just got here. But what's your feel on this?
I don't know. I heard some things with some discussions I had tonight, and I just need to figure out if they're true or not, and we'll figure out in the next few days. just to see what's going on.
This
And
dream that the old one talked about, does that worry you?
how do you
at
know
all?
about that?
You don't know that.
No, he does.
Yes, he
He was
does.
listening in.
Listening.
Oh, that's right.
I actually talked to him a little bit about that as well.
You did?
Yeah.
Dream? What dream?
Yeah, what dream?
What did he say?
He said that there was a
Foreboding.
thing in your family, a blood curse. He seemed honest enough when he was saying it. Said that people pay the price for a slight someone made a long time ago, and certain members of your family are cursed. And
Yeah, that's what I mean by I don't know if he had mechanical levels. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Cleric is absolutely a word in the D&D context that can mean both things interchangeably. I think it's totally reasonable to call a clergyman a cleric. But I can't ignore that it is also the term for leveled, and we know that Matt is not shy about giving NPCs player levels.
He's had these premonitions, these dreams before, and it was his brother who passed away a long time ago. Yes, this is the thing.
have you heard about this?
You haven't because you haven't been with most of the Trickfoots through most of your life.
Okay.
You've been with Wilhan since you were very young, like you said, 6. And he's not been eager to talk about the family. You can see he kind of resents the Trickfoot clan. So you haven't heard of this, but you also know very little about them.
I mean, Will had never discussed it with you?
No premonitions of a curse from Wilhand?
He didn't really talk about the family. It was sort of, he wanted to be separate from them, and he didn't want me to be influenced by them at all.
Well, hang on. I don't mean to question everything, but
No, it's fine.
Wilhand kind of defected from the whole family and became a cleric. But he never mentioned anything of a curse? Why did he become a cleric?
I see your reasoning.
No.
Yeah, that seems like a dichotomy there.
It actually makes perfect.
I mean, could have just believed it. I think, and to be clear, I think that line of logic from Keyleth specifically makes perfect sense. But I think a natural response from any of the other characters sitting there is, well, he could have just believed and wanted to worship Saren, right? Honestly, that's like a really fun little line from Keyleth. It's like, well, why would he have become a cleric? Because of just, the relationship that she sees of god worshippers and their gods. Her main examples are Pike, who gets a fuckload of power from it and has basically no responsibilities. Vax, who has very few responsibilities, including being able and allowed, I guess, to eat souls, but only in Vegas. And gets a bunch of power from it. And like Kima and like the people in Vasselheim, but even the worshippers and clergy in Vasselheim, that's a political position. By joining the clergy in Vasselheim, you are joining the theocratic government. You are gaining political power by becoming a man of the cloth. So, in Keyleth's point of view, why would Wilhand have become a cleric? He didn't seem to have any sort of extra special power within Westrun. Like, what was the point? Why would he have done that? It doesn't even occur to her that people might join the clergy for non-power oriented reasons. Which I love. I think that's great. I get what she's saying, though. You become religious after a seemingly unholy event, but there's no correlation. I don't even think, maybe that is what Keyleth is saying. I don't even know if she's talking about the unholy event so much as as just the family as a whole. But you also know very little about them. No premonitions. You didn't talk about the family. You wanted to be separate. I don't mean to question, but Wilhelm defected from the family and became a cleric, but he never mentioned anything of a curse. Why did he become a cleric? Yeah. Yeah, like I think to me this reads, and maybe I'm overanalyzing here, but this reads to me as like Keyleth not understanding why people become clerics. And like why they might choose to do that voluntarily. And I think that Percy's about to explain it when he says it actually makes perfect sense to me of like, hey, you just like witnessed something pretty terrible and evil and bad. And now you want to go to a place that is of good, light, all that. Because it also makes perfect sense to me. But Keyleth doesn't view religion that way in general. She seemingly at least views it as a agreement, like a contract that you go into. You agree to certain restrictions and stipulations, and in return you gain power. Why, after a seemingly traumatic event, would you want to be even more restricted, she might say? And I think Talison's about to explain, or Percy's about to explain, that that's not the point, you know? Yeah. Keyleth, when she learns not every nature-loving hippie can turn to animals. Or even wants to. Yeah. The facial expressions. Non-derogatory nature-loving hippie. Yeah. Vax confused at her confusion. Oh, yeah, I mean, boy did not join up with the Raven Queen to get sick Raven Queen powers. He joined up with the Raven Queen because he had a deep, longing desire for a code, a morality external to himself to align with. It was not about power in the slightest, and you could say it was about restriction, but that would be misunderstanding the point. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just Marisha's actual confusion, but that reads as very appropriately Keyleth to me in a very cool way. Yeah. She sees clerics as warlocks? Yes. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. You know, when she talks about the gods not being worthy of worship, everyone would agree that the great genie Zorelafel is not to be worshipped in the same way as, the Raven Queen. Everyone would agree that the great drones of Mechanicus should not be worshipped in the same way as Palor. But Keyleth would say, why? What makes the gods any better than any of these other extraplanar entities? And rather than say we should worship all of them, she goes the opposite way of the gods are not worthy of worship. If you're not willing to worship the one-eyed, scary, mechanical demon from Mechanus, you shouldn't be worshiping Palor either. Because it's all just a deal, right? They're not acquiring followers for the fun of it. They're acquiring followers because they get something out of it. And she's seen that time and time again with both Sarenrae and Raven Queen. Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
He likes helping people.
Or he's terrified of some superstitious curse.
Or both.
Maybe both.
Or both.
Maybe both.
I mean,
Maybe both.
We trust you, and Wilhan raised you, so Wilhan must have his head screwed on straight.
Well,
I'm going to say you're in a room of
Right.
people who were raised by, at least 60% of the time, ridiculous people who have their heads screwed on straight.
No, fucking
That's
helpful
accurate.
for me.
Not
Maybe
yours,
we should ask him
obviously.
about it.
That's where I was going. Is
Yeah.
there any merit in trying to get a hold of Wilhan right now while they're here?
Damn, okay, maybe I should go back and try to find some of the shit that Wilhelm has said. Or Wilhand has said. I might need to search Wilhelm. No? Will? Cleric profession? Oh man, Will is such a, let's see, grandfather. Did I really never take a note about Wilhand? That's crazy. It might have been back in the Obsidian days. I was trying to remember if he ever said, if Wilhand ever said anything weird. Oh, one L. No. Yeah, it must have been back in like the Obsidian days, or maybe like something I haven't totally imported. Or maybe he never said anything weird. But if this is great, okay, how old is Pike? Does she know how old she is? During CC Arc and Westrun, I know. D&D Gnome. They can live 350, but it's not uncommon for them to reach 500. Never asked how old Pike is. What's her mother's name? You never asked. Theobald. I've never heard that name before. I know I haven't. I've never heard Theobald before. Theobald? I am wondering how old Wilhand is. I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not. At this point, now that I am starting to work down this thought process, I'm starting to very much doubt that Pike is as young as the rest of them. I imagine Pike is around her 80s or 90s. You would think, huh? You would think. But like, Grandpappy Wilhelm, he was not nearly as bad as Ogden. Not nearly as bad. And I mean, it's not just that, he's being fed, he has the cane. Does he actually need the cane? Like, Wheelhand was like jumping around his workstation. And he's supposed to be her grandfather? Possibly great grandfather? If they reach maturity at 40, Wheelhand is at least 40 years older than Ogden. Probably more like 80. And Ogden seems like he is in his 400s. Wheelhand is approaching the point where it does not it seems like he has a far greater than normal lifespan for a gnome. I'm going to go back to the Chroma Conclave. Because where the fuck is this? It's like right after they defeat Umbrasyl. I think it might be in Hope. Or it's in At Dawn We Plan. Shit. It's in one of these two. I think. He shows up in 53. Okay.
Hello, everyone.
I just want to hear him interact because it's been long enough that I'm kind of only half guessing at a memory of what he interacted with the party like. I can't quite remember how, like, there he seemed. We've been staying. Wilhelm, yes. Have you seen him? Have you seen a small elderly gnome? The few that were not in good circumstances. Okay, Wilhelm. To Wilhelm's. Follow me, please. I remember this place. Second floor, you guys are definitely familiar with. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. No answer. Well, I heard he must have very soft footfalls. Technically Pike. Go look through the window. Hear anything, see inside. Causing a bit of running. You hear Brown chasing Rush. Pike after you.
Okay. All right, I step in and
All right.
start looking around.
Looking across the way, you see the fireplace mantle.
I mean, this is true, average fan. But that is assuming that there's no greats behind his name. Which, to be fair, I don't know.
Has been ruined where the original small shrine.
But I remember him being, like,
used to be.
very good.
Looks like it's been knocked over and then put back together on top haphazardly. Like it was shattered and then was kind of just put up there and is delicately keeping its form by how it was laid. The rest of the room is cold. It's quiet other than your footfalls.
Can I check the bedroom?
Okay, you go up to the bedroom area. As you go up the stairs, you can see the giant piece of stone that is smashed in opening in the floorboards.
Percy. Wilhelm?
Hello? Shh! I'm not here!
Pike, I've got good news. He says he's not here.
Okay, I go running down.
Okay, you run and you kind of push stuff out of the way, and there's the one board that's kind of slit open. All the rest of the boards are still kind of loose and, placed over it. You just take the boards and toss them up. As you pull the boards off, a little bit of light has made its way from the window on the far end of the kitchen. You can see just a bit of glimmer off, looks like a set of glasses that immediately recoil in the shadow and go down there for a few days. He
I
comes,
give a little rag.
you give him a big hug.
Him.
He has kind of long, ratty, silver hair that's, bald.
Don't. Hey. No. No. I know you're upset. Do not make me shut you guys in here with me. It's gonna get hot.
On the top, kind of bowl down the sides, it's kind of curled up and matted on the edges of his shoulders. His normally, nice, kind of light blue, kind of sky blue shirt is just kind of torn in places and covered in dirt. He's been living under the house. He's just there with a big old...
I'm glad you're okay.
Oh, you too. Look at you. Where'd you get this scar? Oh,
It's a long story. We'll get there.
I want to hear the story. And it's gone!
Runs up and goes to give you a hug and he's like, oh,
look.
Come down.
Yes. Take it easy. There.
Good guy.
and his eyes go from like really warm to suddenly very, very cold. And he goes,
I saw him in the streets. They didn't find me. They didn't find me. There was no way. I know where the secret places are. It's been a while. You got Hugs. This is Vex. Keyleth, hello. It's been a while. I don't actually think we've met before. Pleasure to meet you. Right. Did they want something in particular from you? Why did they want you?
Did they want something in particular with you? Why did they want you?
Well, they went after me years ago. They nearly had me.
I've heard the story. Yes.
I escaped.
I've
I managed to
heard.
flee and took one of their own with me.
I know.
Nursed this one back to health, we did.
Thank goodness.
And I think I made them angry. So they came to Westruun, trying to get revenge on old Wilhelm, but no! Too keen for that. These eyes have seen the world.
You think that Goliaths... Well, of course they did. Of course they did.
So Wilhelm is an adventurer. Like, he escaped from the herd years ago and took Grog with him? Wilhand is a bit insane too. Well, yeah, I think that's why I didn't really note any of this at first. But after seeing what we have just seen, and them talking about this, once in a generation are cursed, and Wilhand is separated from the rest of the Trickfoots, which are seemingly all of his descendants. It seems as though the Trickfoots that he abandoned were not his siblings. It appears to me, because again, Ogden is Pike's dad's brother, so they're direct in the family tree. If this is actually Pike's grandfather, and we're supposed to take that at face value, then it is also Ogden's, ancestor, direct. It's not like he's the child of one of Wilhand's brothers or sisters or whatever. And if he's an adventurer, he might have, and it seems like he was getting into some shit. I mean, at the very least, we know that he did escape with Grog. It seems to me as though maybe old Wilhand did his adventuring days as a different class. Possibly maybe a warlock or something. And only switched to cleric later on, once he saw the repercussions of his actions in his descendants. He saw what a shitbag Ogden and Pike's dad, and maybe Theobald, turned out to be. Oh my god, and it could even be that I mean, it's obviously a classic fairy tale thing of the devil deal you make at the crossroads. He wants your firstborn kid. Seems reasonable to me that Wilhand, in his youth, might have offered one kid in each generation to something in order to get his powers. Like warlocky powers. And then his flip to Sarenrae. I mean, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna make a big prediction. What date did this come out? 2016. When did, I believe it was the Sword Coast Adventures Guide that the Undying came out in? Warlock Undying Patron. The Undying, yeah, came out in Sword Coast Adventures Guide. Sword Coast Adventures Guide. Came out November 3rd, 2015. So Sword Coast was out at this point. That means the Undying Patron was out. The dread I use. Oh my god, we did it! I've got a theory! I may or may not have a theory. That's a gift. Wilhand made a pact with Vecna as his undying patron. He offered one child in each generation. These children would the death of these descendants would fuel his immortality. He was young and dumb, and once Theobald died, it was one too many. He renounced his pact with... yes! I've got it. And after Theobald died, having pacted... Actually, maybe not even Theobald. Okay, this one I'm making more complicated than I even need to, but if I nailed it, ooh, what a sweet treat that would be. But things changed. Pike's dad, not Theobald, had the blood curse. He traveled to Wild Mount, where Wilhand had originally, his dad? Maybe grandfather? Had originally made the pact. He made a deal with Vecna as well, to transfer the blood curse to Theobald. Wilhand was distraught. That does, nope, not distraught. Distraught. The pact took more from him than he would have ever thought it would. Not only did it take one of each generation, but it seemed to corrupt the ones that remained. He renounced his pact with Vecna and fled the cult that he had spawned, taking Pike to safety. He had hoped this would be enough to cancel the blood curse. But it wasn't. To remove the blood curse. But it wasn't. The eyes are seen. But it wasn't. Now, Vecna is coming for his due from the Trickfoots. And the rest of Pike's family is there to try and protect her. Are they here to try and protect her? Are they? I don't know. The kind of dream that ends a bloodline. We're here to protect her. He could just be lying. He could be a lying old man. He could be a lying old man. I think he's a lying old man. I don't believe him. I think they're just lying. Now Vecna is coming. Or maybe it was. This caused all of his descendants to lose their pact, or the sorceress anti-aging? I don't know exactly, but I feel something here. I think this caused some bad shit for the remaining Trickfoots. Because you know what? No. Never mind. Never mind. No. Never mind. The only communication that we have seen between gods and mortals within dreams are from the supernatural entity to a mortal they are pacted with. Raven Queen and Vax. Dreams. But no one else gets a Raven Queen dream. Only Vax. Percy. Orthax. Orthax came to offer the list, the plans for the bad news in dream. A storm cloud in his dream. I think even who have a sorceress connection. Sorceress connection to Vecna. They maybe didn't age or aged slower, and now the years are catching up to them. Is there to make sure he gets it. Pike has avoided perishing to the blood curse for too long, and Ogden might die if they don't sacrifice her to Vecna. I'm really uncertain about this ending part, but I have maybe never been more certain about a wacky theory ever before. I think Wilhelm, in a younger life, made a pact with the undying, with Vecna, the patron saint of secrets, and started the Trickfoot dynasty, the Trickfoot bloodline in that moment. And something about him leaving and becoming a cleric has spelled bad shit, maybe disaster in totality, for the rest of the Trickfoots that Wilhand left behind. Because I think they are the start of the body of Vecna on Taldore. I think the Trickfoots are the root of this shadowy tree that eventually grabbed Riskel. JD goes around, finds orphans, people who don't understand themselves, don't understand their identity. Just as JD was constantly overshadowed by Pike, the descendant that Wilhand loved more. He loved Pike so much that he gave up his pact. Why is she so special, huh? JD says to Riskel. But you know, Riskel, I've found a home. I've found solace. I've found a place for the outsider. We don't belong in normal society. We don't belong on the normal path. That's not for us, that's for them. Join me on the left-hand path. I don't even know how the left-hand path works into Vecna. I know what it is historically in real life. And, like, I see the connection to, like, an occult, evil god. But I don't actually know any of the lore about how, like, what left imagery means explicitly within the context of the lore. Anyways, so I think it's JD. JD is a warlock. And fucking maybe Ogden and Johan are as well. I don't know. But I think that is exactly. Such a prize, like all power, comes at a price? What? Once mortal, the undying seed, mortal lifetimes pass like seasons, the flicker of endless days, it has secrets of the ages to share. What does that even give you? False life, blindness, silence, feigned death, among the dead, spare the dying. There's no shot we saw Wilhand cast any magic, right? There's no chance, dude. Maybe undying nature is why. Because Matt did say that he looks like he's been in the floorboards for days. Now, I obviously didn't blink an eye at that, right? I didn't, He's been living under the house for quite a while. Oh, but it does say there's a bit of dried food crusted on the side of his chin. But I don't know. I was seeing the hold your breath indefinitely, don't require food, water, or sleep. Oh, man, I don't know. And I'm also wondering at this point, it might just be the undying nature. But it could be like less effective for his descendants. So maybe, Wilhand is going to live to like 5,000. Which could imply that Wilhand is pre-cataclysm, is pre-calamity, which that would be fucking crazy. Wilhand might have fucking known Vecna. But it could be that, like, for every descendant generation, they're aging faster and faster and faster. So maybe, like, the next generation is 9 years. For every 9 years that pass, 1 year passes. And then it gets all the way down. And maybe at this point, Pike is just, like, twice as long-lived. Or maybe thrice as long-lived. I'm going to think it's twice. I think Wilhand... and this is the prediction. Wait. We got to say... I'm going nuts on it. I think Wilhand might be upwards of 4,000 years old. Or still very old, but maybe he started aging normally after he ran away with Pike? Uncertain. But I think he used to age 1 year for every 10, and part of the deal is that that slow aging would slowly dilute over the generations. 1 year per. So Pike is Wilhand's great. That's 9. Or no, that's 10. Great. That's 9. Great. That's 8. So 10, 9, 8. Great. 7, 6, 5, 4. Grandfather. I am predicting. Oh, wait, no. One less great. Because that would put it at 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. No. Actually, one more great. 4. And then 3, 2, 1. Wait. It is the number of greats that would leave. Let me just track this. Pike. Let's see. So this should be 10 and Pike should be 2. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so one less great. So I think, or not Wilhand's. Wilhand is actually Pike's great grandfather. And Pike's sorceress blood means she ages at half the rate. So if she looks about 70 right now, she is actually 140. I'm going to guess that Pike Trickfoot, you know what, we'll go a nice rounder number, is 150 years old. Now, I can't be exactly certain on why her fucking family's here, but I know. All right? What's going on here? Oh, man. Legend lore's high on my list of underutilized spells. Oh boy. His brain is scrambled. Even though Pike herself says Wilhand is her great-great-grandfather, he lie, bro. You think the fucking Vecna warlock who never mentioned the blood curse that Pike has? I don't know if Wilhand's the most reliable narrator. Okay. All right.
While. There's a little bit of like dried food crust on the side.
Nothing makes sense.
But he's just there with a big old hug.
Nothing makes sense.
Can we from here? Is there a way we can?
Well,
I mean, he's in Western right now. It is also late in the evening.
I mean, I can get us anywhere.
Right.
Maybe
Very
tomorrow we
quickly.
should go visit him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to burn down the castle.
Right,
but-
maybe while they're taking a tour, we bamf to Western for just a minute.
That's a great
I
idea.
don't necessarily know if. Well, I mean, do you want to bamf it? Do you just want to talk?
Exactly.
We could probably just talk to him, or maybe we could have him sent for.
Do you remember our conversations with Wilhand when we were in Western?
Yeah,
They were a little, squirrely.
I'm a little worried about leaving
guess-
them here unattended.
Well, some of us can stay.
I think it would be a half and half situation.
Split the party.
Velcro it.
We could. I mean, as you guys know, Wilhand is a little,
Dodgy.
he's in his older years.
We'll try to keep it
But
quick.
we could
you
try to
know?
keep it quick.
In and out. Ask him a few questions.
His much older years.
So, and Wilhand is the brother of Ogden?
Ogden.
No.
No.
No, he's older than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wilhand is older than Ogden.
Wilhand's older than Ogden?
I agree, Marisha. I agree with the shock in your eyes.
Wilhand's older than Ogden.
Ogden's
I
got
thought Ogden was as old as life itself.
No, Ogden did a lot of drugs.
He
when
seems
was
like
young.
Ogden's had a hard life.
Yeah,
Ogden's
Ogden-
got to be at least 150 or 200 years old.
Yeah,
right?
Ogden looks like he's older, but his physical
living.
Hard
yeah
living.
his physicality is not based on age as much as it's based on
Sure, he had a Mick Jagger
habits.
lifestyle.
Something akin to that, I guess you
all
could
right.
say.
Oh yeah, something akin to that. Ogden is much younger than Wilhand, but it is because of his Mick Jagger lifestyle. And if I had to name one warlock pop star, it would probably be Ziggy Stardust. But Mick Jagger would be a close second. Yes! Ah! Rock. One warlock star. Ah!
At the very least, the Tom Waits one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's circle back tomorrow.
All right.
And while they're doing the tour, maybe we can pop over real quick and. I think that would be better than him seeing them here because they don't really.
I mean, even as an outsider, that
along.
seems a little
No.
weird.
Yeah.
Grog, you'll take the loud ones tomorrow, and I'll take the quiet ones.
Wait, what? No, I thought I'd get them all.
Do you want to get them all?
Yeah, don't they want all to be on my tour?
No!
Tour together.
Are we not gonna get it today?
Tour and then a Percy tour.
Or you could assist Grog.
Because you asked him, actually.
Yeah.
Also, I was thinking the carpet might be a fine way of moving him around.
Oh, that is actually a wonderful
They would be
idea.
pretty fascinated
Oh,
by that.
yeah.
The
Yes,
gnome mover?
quite
The,
distracted.
the gnome.
But you know, the Grand Poobah needs
permit.
People mover.
an assistant,
People knew of the gnome mover.
Oh.
Gnome mover?
right?
Oh,
The tram.
perhaps.
It's only befitting of your station that Percival aid you in such a fashion.
Yes.
Happening.
Quite.
This
The two masters of the city, of course.
My history of the city is unrivaled.
Yep.
I would definitely agree that there are sections of the city I would absolutely Mercer off at this point.
Thank you.
Oh, I've seen a lot of brothers and
Faster, faster!
And this was my first hookup.
No!
This was the scene of my second hookup.
Yes, this is
Matthew Mercer, you
I'm excited for this.
dickhead.
So as you all eventually find yourselves resting for the evening, contemplating the plans to take first thing in the morning, we'll go ahead and close tonight's episode there. We'll pick up next week, as it is
You're
almost
not
11.
next week? No. Oh, I'll just be with them.
Might be a little late.
Straight from the
airport.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
We'll do the
Okay. Okay. All right. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Whatever. Wait. Fuck. We have to. There's shit afterward.
tour first while you guys are on.
What do you have to say for yourself, Matthew?
Trick me out with the
Vamping.
Yeah, we'll stall if we need to.
We'll make it do.
We'll make it happen.
Okay.
What you got you?
Alrighty, guys. Well, thank you so much for watching tonight. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. We'll
We're only a year older now.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
We're older.
We're on 14.
we'll be back here next Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific as usual. Until then, have a wonderful weekend. And is it Thursday yet?
Hey,
Bye, guys.
Go buy t-shirts.
I saw him in the street. Let's see, Wilhand.
They nearly had me.
I've heard.
They're on with me.
I know.
There's this one trying to get revenge on old Wilhand, but no! Too keen for that. These eyes have seen the world.
You think that Goliaths? Well, of course they did. Of course they
Yep,
did.
that's the only reason
Yes.
they came
No.
here.
That's. Who hasn't heard the legend of Willa? Yes.
Oh, not many.
You're a very
actually.
important
I don't get out very
figure.
often, but
They cry your
you're
name
welcome.
across the
It's about you, it's true.
Well, if they're all dead, let's have a meal.
Well, no, seated Kevdak.
Okay.
He's dead. And so were the horrible bastard who was pouring poison in his ear. But listen, I gave power up to the herd, to Zanror, his son.
Okay.
So it's in slightly better hands. Little problem that's
Okay.
gonna come back. So we need everyone in here to leave.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. In what way? Leaving or fighting the dragon?
Dragon? What?
Sorry. Yes.
Did you know about the? You were aware, right? The.
Shut!
Okay. Yes. Yes. Yes, that one.
He starts walking back towards the hole.
No.
I grab the back of his britches and I pull it back. Just no.
2, 3. 2.
2 or 3.
That's my pike. Then this is not.
I know you are a mighty warrior. No, not in the hole. Eventually comes clutching dark brown glass.
He comes back out, clutching a dark brown glass bottle with a cork in it. And goes,
I'm gonna need some of this.
Is it bourbon? What?
oh.
Well, don't be stingy.
Well, this is the Trickfoot special. I've been distilling while you're away.
Ooh.
How much you got of that, old man?
All right. I'm looking to see any hint, any whiff.
I'll
get the
have
cups.
one.
Yes, the cup.
And he goes and opens the cabinet and there's just shattered glass.
Okay, no cups.
It's fine.
It's.
Finish the bottle.
Well, she took most of it.
I think we should make a meal.
He has a mansion.
He has a mansion.
He does.
Okay,
He does have a mansion.
Is
It's a
Wilhelm
magic
drunk right
mansion.
now?
He looks like he's coping with the past week's
Nobody
events.
inside checked is sober.
Get Wilhand. We turn.
Oh, are we supposed to meet up with them later
What?
tonight?
No,
Tonight?
he said at dawn.
I don't think I've ever.
At dawn.
Does absolutely do.
You're right.
Right,
You're right.
Master Cool.
I'm seeing why don't we set up the Wilhen's house? You're talking. I don't think that's a good idea. Railroaded. Every bit of edge I can get. Percival, this is terrifying. Matt, where is it? Yes, I'm down. This one wearing house pretty huge. Is there anything?
All right, let's just get this man to safety, and then we'll finish up our errands for the day. Yes?
Is there anything you want to bring with you? Maybe you'll.
Well, he starts walking over to the shrine, and he kind of takes it off with his hand. That's all I need. As the head rolls off.
Oh.
Steve Martin.
It's all I need. It's all I need to protect me from Vecna.
Or anything.
We'll fix it.
Yeah, we can fix
It's fine. I took old Davin too.
What? Who?
Davin was your neighbor.
Davin.
Davin was my neighbor.
Is he gone?
Didn't we meet Davin?
Took him away.
You didn't meet Davin, no. I dragged a bunch to the Iron Stocks. I could only hide. Your uncle's a coward, Pike. I'm sorry. I should have helped. You get the sense now that alcohol's kicked in and he's started to go through his emotional process now.
He's your uncle. I thought he was your grandfather.
I thought he was your great-grandfather.
He's my great-grandfather.
And uncle?
He's drunk.
He's
Very drunk.
He's very drunk.
Come.
What? Well, that's a little odd. Huh. Your uncle's a coward, Pike.
Yeah. Wilhan's older than Ogden?
Wilhan's older than Ogden.
I thought Ogden was as old as life itself.
No, Ogden did a lot of
He
drugs.
seems like Ogden's had a hard life. I
Ogden's
don't
got to be at least 150 or 200 years old.
Yeah,
right?
Ogden looks like he's older, but his physical
living. Hard
his physicality is not based on age as much as it's based on
Sure.
Okay. Now. Who was he able to get? You're theorizing about your own fanfic. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. That, I mean, your uncle's a coward, bro. There's some shenanigans going on. And I will not be gaslit into thinking that there's not. Stupid. He's a stupid boy. Stupid, stupid boy. Stupid gene in our generation.
There you go. Are there anything? I mean, it's been a long time since I've talked to them.
Absconderist. Done a little trouble.
That makes sense.
It's just like my brother to do that. He's the one who held this stupid gene on our generation.
Yep. Yep.
I'm tired now.
Okay.
Oh, Uncle, I'll help you. I'm so sorry, Lady Vexalia. I don't know, man. I don't know. So maybe Wilhand is her uncle? I'm trying to think about if that makes more sense and how much to redo things in light of that. Because that, to me, Wilhand is Pike's uncle. I mean, that just equals there is no teleportation circle in Whitestone. Like, I refuse to believe that that is coincidence. I refuse. Nope, street swap. Nope, sorry. Okay. This does lead me to believe that Wilhand is probably not the progenitor of her he's probably not the progenitor of the Trickfoots and the name. He is just the sibling that broke rank. Ogden was blessed with prophecy. Theobald, probably Pike's dad, went back to their homeland in Wildmount. Possibly involved with the Briarwoods, I don't know. And then Wilhand is the one that broke rank. And tried to rescue Pike. They also said that JD was raised with her for a while. Why did they separate? JB was raised. How'd you know where to find me? JB's been telling us, hasn't she? This is JB Trickfoot. She's JB, one of your cousins. One that you grew up with when you were very young, but you haven't seen her in a very long time. Why? One that you grew up with. My only disagreement with that is that Matt himself said he's drunk when he said that. Yeah, being drunk doesn't make you lie. You get the sense that the alcohol's kicked in, and he started to go through his emotional process. And then Liam, he's drunk, and Matt just agrees very drunk. I don't know. Being drunk doesn't automatically make you lie. Sometimes it makes you tell truths that you've been keeping in. Wilhelm took Pike from her larger family when she was a child. Yeah, Matt said earlier she was living with him since like 6 years old. Okay. Right. So is JB meant to be Ogden's daughter then? Unless there are other siblings on Ogden and Theobald's kind of gen. Oh, right here. Ogden Trickfoot, who is the father to both Johann and JB. Okay, cool. So Ogden raised Johann and JB. Okay, gotcha. That's the part I was confused about. I was like, wait, I did not think that JB was Ogden's father. I think it seems possible that in each Trickfoot generation, if there are 3, one has the blood curse, one is normal, and one serves the cult? I don't know. The fact that Ogden has prophecy seemingly needs to be divinely connected in order to get visions of the future. That does not seem like something that can just happen within this setting. I'm not certain of that, but that's what it seems like. And then Wilhand leaves. Theobald had the blood curse. It seems like Pike is probably Theobald's daughter. But we don't. And we know that Wilhand took Pike when she was 6. But we don't have knowledge of how long ago she was 6. They tell me you slay dragons. Okay. I have to leave it there. I don't think there's anything else I'm pulling water from the stone at this point. I need you to get to the next episode so you can stop this mess. Never. Never. We're going to stay here forever. Don't you understand? You and me, you can't escape. If you want me to stop, you can turn me off. I'm not real. Just like how Wilhand's not real. Ah. I'm calling that Pike is around I'm still calling that she's around 150. Still calling it. And I think that Wilhand is her uncle. Beep, beep, beep. Because JB and Johann. Wait. Yeah. And that's why they're both old. They're both old as sin. And JB and Pike look pretty much identical. And Ogden Matt didn't say how old Ogden was. Sam guessed. But he just said he's had a hard life. So we'll see. We'll see when we come back. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for hanging out, talking it through with me. And I hope you guys all enjoy your weekend. We will be back with 56 on Monday. Yes. I don't know why I was so hesitant about it, but that is when we're doing it. I'll see you then. Goodbye.